Josh and Josh. They're going to be next week. Sorry,
definitely.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Yeah, they've definitely shown they can win any type of game as well, whether that be gritty or an old-fashioned shootout. And this was, pretty much a pretty gritty. Well, a gritty win for them against, a Ringwood side who we saw last week, fellas, and they were just on fire all day, pretty much for the entire day, and especially that last quarter where they would have had that momentum heading into this game against the Saints. But yeah, I think clearly I think they might have had the win in the first quarter, and I think it looked like they kicked 1 goal for. So yeah, that probably did hurt them that they didn't take advantage of the wind unlike last week, whilst South Belgrave did. And we talked about on the weekend forecast as well whether Tim Smith would play a bit of a midfield role, Matt. It looked like he must have played a bit forward because he kicked the 3 goals.
I'm lucky enough that my esteemed father had nothing to do yesterday. He called the train up to Mitcham to have a look at South Belgrave and Ringwood. His assessment, and again, not a doyen of football, my father, but he's an observant man, and I do trust his judgment on most things. He said Smith was the absolute difference in the end. In the forward half, from all reports, Ringwood had, and I've had Ringwood people text me and say they're gettable, which we get every time, Brash. That happens every time a team's a runaway thing. Ryan's got, I better call you Brian. Ryan's got a lot of those text messages from Baronia people this year. They might not even get a crack at South Belgrave, but they're gettable. They say that. Everyone, Chirnside will say Sylvan are gettable. Regardless, his views were Ringwood had probably even numbers of ball, but because Jordanov's probably the only person they can play as a genuine marking tall, and he's not a natural forward. He's a ruck forward. They struggled a little bit because South Belgrave didn't allow the space East Burwood did. So where Burton and so on, when they have space, they're good enough one-on-one. They can't, with their lack of height, win a one-on-two that Trent Farmer could. So Jordanov and Smith or Garner, that's the difference. So when South Belgrave needed to, they can just kick it long and they know someone will mark it. So I guess the way Ringwood might have to look at it, if they are lucky enough to get through to the grand final next week, obviously have to play a prelim. Do they sort of try and play a bit of the slingshot, the Paul Roos flood, and try to get out the back, Brash, rather than... Because you can't really own the ball when you don't have a key forward.
No, and the thing is, right, I think the way that game looked like yesterday, and it looked like the defences held up pretty well for both sides. But once again, it came down to... the both sides forward line, and we were talking about that yesterday, Ryan and I, on pre-match with Scott, and we turned around and said that if their defences, both sides' defences were pretty good, we just felt that South Belgrave's forward 50, or their forward line, was probably about a 3 or 4 goal side better than Ringwood, and hence that's the way it played out again yesterday. I just, like I said, I think soundly there's nothing wrong with the way Ringwood line up in the back 50, but
they kept them to 70, so that's not the issue.
But without a key forward like. Brown obviously was well held yesterday at centre half.
Well, that's the thing. So that's what I'm saying. You can't. So if you own possession, teams are going to sit behind the ball. So unless you're playing with speed on the ball, South Belgrave can get numbers back.
I don't think so.
Which means if South Belgrave get numbers back, you're going to have to kick long and hope someone takes a mark or someone leads at the footy. At Mitcham, that's hard because it's easy to congest the 50. So that means we're going to have to kick a high ball. We don't have anyone tall.
I don't think Brett Rowe can afford to do that.
That's what I mean. So I think their game plan might find them actually. Let's sit behind the ball. Let South Belgrave have it. We'll win it in defensive 50, and then we just go. Players like Jackson, Callanan, Blythe, Parker, they're the key. Use your leg speed. Hopefully Burton's got a one-on-one with space rather than an actual body-on-body because, as you're alluding to, they're just going to be undersized. But look, 3 games they've played all year, Ryan, everyone's been around 20 points.
So that's the thing, it's been close.
All Ringwood need to do is just catch South Belgrave on half a bad day, and that 20-point margin can easily be swung.
So it certainly shows that they've been in those 3 games and they're a big chance. I personally think they'll be there come grand final day, but one of the sides that they will be facing next week will either be the Rams or the Hawks, who face off in the first semi-final today out at Walker Park. Quite interestingly, last weekend, Mariani went down with a hamstring.
Off the bone, reportedly.
So he's done for the year.
Well, look, I've heard people in local footy say off the bone because it's Matt and Boyd did it once.
Yeah.
So everyone else went off the bone. So it wouldn't surprise me if he's back if they were to win through, but off the bone does that usually would end your year. But look, Brash, not everyone's a doctor, unfortunately. So maybe, unless he had an immediate scan. He said off the bone within 12 hours, so he might have gone to the 24/7 clinic.
Yeah, that's right. But from what we saw there, it was just plain to see. Once he grabbed the hamstring, even at its worst case scenario, it's 21 days.
Especially in a role where you have to run. It's not a full forward where I can stand still.
And they haven't. And the thing is, they haven't got another Mariani to replace a Mariani.
And that's
well,
right.
They used to.
They did.
So they do bring in Max Wills, who's a big inclusion down back. He would have been important last week, and Cody Logan. They play the Hawks, who've got the win over the Basin last week. I think by about 1 or 2 goals. So a close win there. Matt, are they a chance, the Hawks? I think you've got East Build at the best time possible. They've beaten the Rams at home without a few of their own players. They seem to be pretty much at full strength without Mellis. So it's a big chance for them.
Yeah, look, as I said on the weekend forecast, I've been very vanilla this week in my tips.
That's an understatement.
Josh, righto, Billy, big bollocks down the end there. I was very vanilla. I went because it's always easier to tip the team that's won in the elimination against the team that's lost the second semi. So I was very vanilla this week, but the more I think about it, I do think Baroni are going to win today. I think East Build are young. It's going to be a bruising game. It's a soft deck. It's a slow deck. It's a small ground. And Matt Clark, I think he's got a slightly better finals record.
Yeah, he's a good coach, isn't he, Brash? But I certainly think, from an East Build perspective, without Mariani, I give them no chance of a premiership year this year. I ruled them out pretty much of the running. Josh, the Hawks though, look, their forward line's been a bit different. Obviously, they were relying on Robertson earlier in the season, but they started to have a few other options down there. But compare that to East Burwood last week. They still did have quite a lot of opportunities in that first half, but just didn't capitalise.
Yeah, and they do have their scoring options as well. To East Burwood, you've got Connor Agnew, Marcus Young, and Braden Barlow down there leading the way. Young and Barlow.
Well, Young will want to bounce back because let's be honest, and I've never played a senior game of football in my life, so let's have that caveat. But he didn't touch it.
Yeah. Well, actually, believe it or not, the games that we've covered East Burwood, he hasn't produced.
No, he hasn't.
So he'll probably kick 8 today, and they'll win the Panther.
Well, Agnew's been the big one that when we've watched him.
And Barlow as well.
Now, actually, on that, sorry, quick one before we go to our first break. Now, who gave the Tobin Brothers goal of the day last week at Saturday? Who confirmed it? Because you can throw someone under the bus who's not here if you want.
Blake Tennant.
All right, Blake Tennant. So apparently they've gone down to the East Burwood rooms and they've gone, Matt Martini, you've won the goal of the day, mate. Martini's gone to his teammates. I didn't kick that. Connor Agnew did.
So Agnews missed out.
Even if he's not
Martini's cashed his Tobin Brothers Coles Miles $50 gift voucher, and good on him.
Even though he's not here, Tonsils Tennant, he's still having an influence.
I don't know.
Poor Tonsils. Thrown under the bus. That's a good time for the first
I've been on the media
break.
team for 12 years, and I've never heard of a bloke coming to our team with so much bloody hype. I'll tell you, it's amazing.
He's a cold
everywhere.
hero.
Big cold hero.
Everywhere.
All right, we'll be back after a short break for this match of the round between Surrey Park and Chirnside Park.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Welcome back to Eastfield, reserved for the Eastland's match of the day. It's preliminary final week with Division 4, Surrey Park and Chirnside Park, both sides looking for a spot in the Division 4 grand final next week against Sylvan, who qualified last week. We'll obviously touch on that game a bit later. So far, we've looked at the Division 3 final yesterday afternoon, and then the Division 2 final between South Belgrave and Ringwood, and the game today. So we'll switch up and get into Division 1. Where we had a bit of an interesting game for a half, and then in that second half, East Ringwood have just sort of stamped their authority on the Division 1 Premiership contention. They are in really red-hot form in the end, 14-12-96, defeating Mitcham 4-11-35. So, Matt, it was an interesting game at the start. Mitcham had some chances in the first term. I think they kicked 3-6.
Yeah, 3-6, 3-8 or something like that. Probably 3-6 because they ended up being 4-6-30. So good maths, Matthew. Yeah, well, obviously it was out of the women's game and had those scores flying in all around and trying to give people updates. And I was sitting next to Dean O'Neill, who was ground managing. Beautiful job, Dean. He's actually out at Tormore today. Well, good luck to Dino if he's listening. He won't be doing laps warming up. We were just sort of saying, the Mitcham's incredible finals run continues because, and we were thinking about it on the weekend forecast, Brash. So they played finals, when they won the 2015 flag out here. Yep. And I'm tipping they won both finals. I think they finished on top and won back-to-back finals.
I think so.
So their next final series was 2019, also at Eastfield, where they came from third.
Yeah.
And won every final.
Yep.
And then last week they won a final. So they were on an incredible 6 finals winning run. I didn't go any further back than 2014, so they may have won more finals before that. So they had this incredible finals record opposed to almost every other team this year in the final series. That is, it seems like every other team that's made finals is breaking a drought. East Ringwood, Montrose, Mooroolbark, these two sides today are Chirnside last week, Kilside the week before. So Mitcham are the one team that seemed relatively familiar with finals. And at quarter time I thought, oh no. I've tipped them to come 7th and they're going to be first into the grand final. But fortunately for me, I was saving my blushes because East Ringwood, I think, they only kicked 1 goal in the last 3 quarters. Mitcham, and as Ryan alluded to, East Ringwood, since that day we saw them against Mooroolbark, they've been pretty unstoppable.
Yeah, and the thing is, with Mitcham, out of all the clubs yesterday, they were the club that had the best free hit that you could ever ask for. Because regardless of whatever the result was, they got to live. They got to fight another day.
And whatever, and if they lost, like they did, they lost by 10 goals, and at no point no one's batted an eyelid.
No,
they had no expectations.
And that's the thing. I just think that with East Ringwood. I reckon where they've got it over everyone now, Matt, is forget about the talent they've got. I reckon they've got it over everyone mentally.
Well, they seem to have that.
Spread, like they've timed their run in terms of their best 22, Josh.
They've timed it perfectly.
And also they've just got just a spread of talent. Like Mooroolbark's strength is obviously midfield and then Mullet and Jordan are just superstar players in the forward half. And then you look at Mitchum's strength, you would say Parenti, Lovell, Jesse Smythe. So again, forward half guys that can take a mark and possibly win them a game. And then the rest of their players are really hard role players, competitive. East Ringwood across the lines, star players everywhere. Farmer and Lowson in the forward line. Farmer, Beelo, Waitman, Mundy in the middle. You got Troy Wright, Delaney, Weatherall in the back line. And then you're forgetting guys like Stevie Donnell, Stuart Donnelly. Like the names go on. So
if they're in all honesty, if there's a side that's tailor-made to be coming up into Premier Division, they're it.
Yeah, and Josh, we talked about that going through each line yesterday of the East Ringwood side, and one of those players who's come into this team this year, Trent Farmer and Mitch Farmer, but Trent Farmer especially kicked another 5 yesterday, and he's done that quite a few times this season. So he's really stood up at the back end of his career to really push East Ringwood into further contention for that, of further favourites for the flag.
Yeah, he's been remarkable, taking the step up from second division as well into first division as well, which it's not as big of a step as say like a first division to Premier Division, but it's still a reasonable step, and he's done that really well. He's just 5 goals in a final as well. It's a really impressive effort. 58 goals on the season now, and he's probably been the second best forward behind Jake Parenti this season. And yeah, just touching on East Ringwood's side, that side, and I mentioned it on the weekend forecast, that's a side that deserves to be in Premier Division, because literally
where do you think, we've watched a few Premier Division games, where do you think they would have finished this year?
At least 7th.
Yeah, would you say they're better than Park Orchards?
I reckon they're better than Bark Orchards. I reckn, mid-table.
I think at full strength they're pushing.
Depth will be the issue though, so that's the only thing that they combine. Their 22's ready to go up. Is their depth, because East Ringwood's reserves got knocked out pretty handily in an elimination final. Park Orchards reserves, I think, progressed through to the qualifying final next week. So that's the only difference. But yeah, in terms of the 22, Josh, absolutely.
Yeah,
I think the other thing we've got to take into consideration when we're talking about Trent Farmer, all right, he performed well again yesterday in finals, but he's been doing it in finals when he played for Ringwood. He was kicking goals when they were losing, in losing efforts as well as winning efforts. So it's not a surprise to me that...
has he won a premiership somewhere?
No.
He hasn't?
Well, he may have won one.
As a junior
level?
He's a junior, but not at Ringwood, not in our competition.
This is his best chance now.
I think the other thing too, Brash, is Farmer, he's not the only option. So, I think looking from what I can garner on their social media, he kicked a lot of his goals in the last quarter where they just ran out the game better, whereas a lot of, so Beelo, I think, kicked 2 goals in a minute to put them back in front when they kicked 5 goals in about 10 minutes. And so there's so many other players that, like I said, it's the same thing that Donvale are going to have to handle in the grand final next week at Waverley. You stop Trent Farmer, Lowson will kick 6. You stop Lowson, James Beelo will get swung forward, kick goals, Coghlan, Donnell, so
it's pretty
even
scary,
Hickleton. So yeah, it is scary. But yeah, maybe the double week off might get them. I still think Mooroolbark at their best, the only team that can genuinely beat them.
So too.
Let's hope today they can find their best footy again.
The thing is, I know everyone, once again, thinking about that again last night, I reckon even though Mooroolbark were disappointing, I still reckon we owe them at least another chance.
No, I had to tip them again. They're the quintessential game where you think Montrose have won, Mooroolbark have lost, Montrose are going to win, but I think this one will show that there's still a divide between the top 3 and the top 2. I think Mooroolbark are better than Mitchum.
I think the only other thing is, once again, if all the hearsay true that Mullet's carrying an injury and such and such, I mean, look, how many times, do we hear stories about...
Well, he was carrying an injury against Monty South. He kicked 7. So.
Yeah, I don't know how much of that is...
And how many times has Ray Baird been duped by Mitchum?
Well, and we heard that from Tonsil's tenant too. And this is a man who gave Matt Martini Connor Agnew's award. So let's roll on. Let's
jump into this game as you touched on. They're playing out at Tormore Reserve. So Mitchum will play the winner of this game, Mooroolbark versus Montrose. Montrose are on a really good run now. I think it's 6 or 7 in a row after their win against Montana South last week. They're in good form. I think Blake Tennant actually said Billy Schilling was in a moon boot during the week or something, but he is playing.
Again, he may have just been wearing an Ugg boot.
But I think, from watching them a couple of weeks ago, I think he's a big key for them winning that game because in dry conditions, he's got good hands. He's sort of that X-factor forward. He's not massive in height, but he's a really I think someone who can kick quite a few
He definitely,
in the final.
He definitely is, as is Mitch Davis as well, who I reckon will thrive in these types of conditions as well. But it's all going to come down to whose defence stands tallest. And you know, Moorbach have a strong defence, but no Shane Kennedy. We saw him against Mitcham a while back, and he was really integral down back. And I think that's a big blow. But yeah, I think Moorbach should be able to cover his loss, but it is a bit of a blow having no Shane Kennedy, I reckon.
Well, I reckon they really need who they really need. I know they need Jordan. Jordan, he seems to be a bit of a barometer for them. He hasn't.
Jai Jordan.
Yeah, I just reckon that. Right, when he's up and about, the side's up and about. Because he's pretty lively, he's pretty fiery, and he sort of knows how to. Turn a game. He's one of those blokes that can turn a game like Mullet, but Mullet doesn't need too many possessions, whereas Jordan's a bit of he grinds you.
He's got a bit of aggression in him, not in a bad way, but he's he can...
He's a quasi forward, isn't he? Because he's, I think as a junior, as all good juniors are, they play as midfielders. He's obviously tall enough to be a key forward, but he's not. I don't think he has that natural forward craft because he was more of a sort of resting forward. But so for him to kick that many goals has been quite incredible. And the way they play their footy too, he's not a stay-at-home forward. So I actually think if he's fit and firing, tall more suits him in Mullet because they're not forwards that need to stay at home. They're forwards that roam around and there's so much space. So look, I honestly think if Moorbach can play anywhere near their best footy, Mackey's back in. If they can play anywhere near their best footy, they should win this one by at least 6 goals.
That's the thing we probably, and you touched on it before with Division 2, that we maybe sometimes fall in love with the winner of the elimination final and fall out of love with the team that loses that qualifying. We got to remember during this season, I think it was a different Montrose side compared to the form that they're in now, but they lost by a good 80 or so points come Queen's birthday weekend. So they've got a lot to improve on from that game, and they are in much better form. But Brash, with Moorbach, look, they've been a bit iffy the last few weeks, but you still look at their side, and this is a side that won, I think, 14 games in a row, 18 including the wins at the end of last season. So it's not a side that really should be going out in straight sets when you look at it.
No, you're right. They shouldn't be going out in straight sets. And the thing that I look at, and that's why I was rethinking my thoughts about that, thinking, yes, Montrose have been on a terrific run, but there comes a time, I just thought that mentally that Moorbach looked a bit beaten up and for a few weeks because just the way that they were going into future games after that loss to East Ringwood, there were signs of tiredness. They were giving up leads. Didn't seem to be that oomph that they had up until that game. But then I realised, I'm thinking, well, hang on a sec. It's hard for any side to keep up for a long time. And I thought... Especially when
their ladder position couldn't change.
No, and the thing is, it's almost like that we've got to... like you said, we owe them another chance. And I still think they're a big chance. I'd be tipping them again today, myself.
Josh and Matt, who did you tip on the Friday?
Moorbach, I think 5-6 goals.
I think I did back Montrose, but it's... Yeah, just because they've got that momentum heading into this game, and I do like it. Yeah, I'm one of those guys. I'm one of those people as well who falls for the elimination final winner and whoever loses the qualifying final. But
it's going to be to out yourself as gullible, Josh.
Pretty much. But it's going to be really close. I'm expecting a pretty big crowd out there too. I think Tonsil's Tennant will be out there as well.
We will get the updates from him. So that's we'll touch on our Premier Division. We'll jump into that before the next ad break. Yesterday's game, South Croydon 11-12-78 defeated Blackburn 7-9-51. Brash, just quickly on that. Blackburn were pretty competitive. They showed a lot of heart, but they sort of lacked that polish up forward.
Yeah, 3.5 quarters, they really served it up to South Croydon. Unfortunately, the inexperienced Blackburn forward line just couldn't take grabs, couldn't take marks in their inside 50 at the appropriate times. South Croydon just a little bit more polished in the afternoon, but they'll need to play a lot better than what they did yesterday.
I was going to say, that was my question. So obviously we expected South Croydon to win, but yeah, is this a case of you come away from that game actually less in love with the Dogs who, albeit have won 8 of their last 9 or something like that?
Well, Marcus said it was going to be a hard game. He wasn't expecting it to be all beer and Skittles. But put it this way, I've known Marcus for a long time, Matt, and I reckon...
Well, I've heard rumours from the man sitting on my left that they copped a fair spray at half time. Now, were you blokes you blokes in the rooms?
No.
Were they out of the rooms?
No,
You're
I
on
don't
top of the
think-
rooms?
I don't think he's
you
letting
could
anyone
actually
going in.
hear. You could hear?
You could hear from
What was the general gist?
Oh, well, you have to ask Besto.
It's
'cause
just
he
loud
was,
rambling.
He was standing on top of it, and you could hear the vocals coming through the concrete underneath his feet.
Just a lot of words that you probably won't be able to repeat on air.
Have we got a dump button, Bruce?
So
but in the end, look, kudos to Blackburn. I think their run has been the hardest all year. They've been trying. They were chasing a higher spot on the ladder and couldn't. But they also had to defend from other sides. Ryan coming up to pinch that spot. I reckon they've done well to finish where they are. Next year, they need to recruit a big forward because that's where I saw a deficiency yesterday.
Yep, certainly will. And South Croydon will play the winner today's game, the elimination final 2 between Baldwin and Doncaster East out at Central Reserve. Zach Clark, a major inclusion for the Lions, while Charlie Haley back in for Baldwin. Matt, you've been very pro-Baldwin all year.
We know who I'm tipping.
Well, tell me why they win
I still
today.
think Baldwin will make the grand final. I think what's going to happen is Rover will beat Noah Park next week. Baldwin win today. Baldwin, I think, will beat South Croydon. As they have done this year. And then I think Baldwin will make the grand final because they got the over Noah Park. No, I'm kidding. I'm getting way ahead of myself. I think Baldwin's team, I look at it, and the only play missing from that side is Bowen Smith, which, we looked at it on the weekend forecast, Josh. So you had Pendlebury, Matt Casey, and Freeman. Is it Tom Freeman in defence with Will Wheaton, Caden Schreiber, and Jamie Godleitson. So Will Wheaton plays the lockdown role. Schreiber and Godleitson gives you a bit of stability and also ability to intercept and repel. Pendlebury's Pendlebury, and then Casey and Freeman are your two tools that can play lockdown and also intercept. The midfield had Zagari and McCaffrey on the wings with Alex Urban on ball. Your forward line had Goebbels, Lyle, Haley. Jaffa Williams was running around in there as well. And then the rucks, Chevy Anderson had Sean Cross in there as well with him. So they're only missing Bowen Smith. You read out those names, Brash, and I just can't bring myself to tip against them. I think Haley's back in the team. I think Doncaster East is going to be interesting. They rested 9 or so players last week. It's a ballsy move. I know they couldn't move anyone on the ladder, but they've only won 1 game in the last month. Well, they haven't won since July 30 when they beat Blackburn. Now, albeit 2 games finished early, but they've had 2 losses and a draw in their last month, and you're resting 9 blokes. Now, Spider said they could have niggles, but I've never seen 9 players have niggles, Brash. I'm just a bit worried.
It's 9 of your best players.
I think Baldwin are going to smash them.
I've always had my own thoughts on that. I don't believe that you should never flirt with your form by doing something like that. I could understand maybe a couple, but 9, I agree with you. I looked at that exactly with Matt. I'm going with the experience. I've got to go. Goebbels will be getting better. He's had a couple of runs now.
Well, and I think his horse won yesterday too from social media.
So, put it this way. And look, they've played at Central before, Baldwin. Yep. They know what the ground's all about. Yep. And I think that sets them in good stead.
Yeah, I think Baldwin as well. That list is just seriously too talented to be in an elimination final as well and be in 4th position as well. So they should get the chocolates there.
Yep, similar to Murrabak, they just too good of a side to lose in elimination final. But we'll take another break for this Eastland's match of the round.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, well, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported. Available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Welcome back to Eastfield, reserved for the Eastlands match of the day between Surrey Park and Chirnside Park, the two Panthers in Division 4. It's a preliminary final. Winner will play silver next week in the grand final. We've gone through all the other divisions for the men's, so we are going to touch on the women's side here. The women's grand finals from yesterday, a massive day out at HE Park Reserve and Qualby Reserve, and we're lucky enough to have both Matt Fodio and Josh Ward, who were out of the games yesterday. Matt, I'll start with you. Actually, I'll go through some of the results. The 3 games down there, the Division 4 one, Vermont getting over the line by the over the Eastern Devils by 4 points. Then you had the Premier Division, Eastern Devils again. That time they were able to get the job done over South Croydon by 29 points. And then in Division 1, Roval by just the 3 points against Park Orchards. What impressed you the most from the day yesterday and the 3 games that you were out at?
Oh, well, John O'Ven and I were lucky enough to have 3 cracking games of football. All 3, at three-quarter time, all 3 you were genuinely, well, not in doubt. I think definitely the Premier one, I always backed Eastern Devils at all times. They seem to be just that class above in terms of their game sense and probably ball handling, but they're a club that's been a women's football club. Like, they're one of the founding clubs, or definitely, if not founding, one of the more long-standing ones. So when the girls have been playing, they've been playing football for a long time together, and you can tell that Vermont, South Croydon, while they're successful programs, they still are only 4 or 5 years old. So I think that was pretty evident just in the forward craft especially. Beggs and Chloe Hunt for Eastern Devils were blocking for each other, creating leading lanes, coming at the football and taking it hands out. So Ash Alsop won best on ground, the Blue Ribbon medal in the Premier game, and she was taking marks hands out on the lead, which is something that we may not see even today in this Division 4 men's game. And I think that was the difference. Maggie McKellar, who presented just as well and had 5 goals in the 2 finals she'd played leading up to yesterday, trying to take a lot of things on the chest. There were just little moments, again, game sense, South Croydon, where they'd take a mark and just immediately try to play on. And even the Eastern Devils Vermont initial game, Vermont were in front by 4 points, Brash, with a minute to go. There's 20 minutes flat in women's football, so there's no time on. That Eastern Devils are kicked to behind. Take your 30 seconds for the kick out, run your full measure, and you can kick it out of bounds if you want. Like, just clear your lines, waste that minute. And it was just the game sense. And again, it's hard. The pressure, you're under pressure. You're probably not thinking that clearly. But no one was able to go, let's just take as much time as possible. It was kick out, normal routine. I'm going to try and hit a short target in the pocket, and then there's turnovers. And then luckily they were able to hold on, Vermont. But you would have hated for them to rush that last minute and turn over and give Eastern Devils a chance. But I think the best thing was the weather. It turned it on. Great numbers in terms of the crowd. And from a commentary point of view, every game was played, there wasn't really scrappy games. There were nervy starts where it was quite congested, but the game opened up, and I think the really promising thing is that the average age of every team would have been quite low. Even the Eastern Devils side is an average age quite low. So I think the quality of the football's going to blossom. The Park Orchards Roeville game, they've played the last 3 games those girls have played. They've gone draw, 1 point win to Park Orchards, 3 point win to Roeville. So clearly got some close heated battles between them. Look, the highlights will come out during the week, so if people want to go watch it back, you can. But, yeah, it was very enjoyable to call, enthralling. There wasn't a moment to switch off, which meant I'm very tired this morning, Brash, after 3 close games. But, yeah, it was a great day. Music was pumping, crowd was in, good numbers. Heathmont really enjoyed it in terms of the numbers they had through the gate and the behaviour of most fans, except for when the dog got on the ground, Brash.
I heard about that. That sounded really exciting.
I spent 45 seconds as media manager and then the last 45 seconds as a person who thought it was hilarious. So he did really well, the little dog. But great game, well done to Vermont. As I mentioned off the top, well done to it's a good for us that there was 6 different premiers, but well done to Vermont. Marissa Lee, I think she's played in their premier team for a while, but then decided to play with her mates in Division 4 and she was dominant, just intercept marking ability. And then well done to the Eastern Devils. Like I said, Ash Allsop, Sophie Boulding were the 2 star players for them. And then well done to Rowville. Caitlin Bell got best on ground, but Mia Kendall was very, very close second. But also well done to Park Orchards. Georgia Livingston, brother of Tom and son of Tim, or vice versa, Tom or Tim. I'd get those 2 mixed up. Beautiful user. Left foot up, Brash, so they always look better with the ball in hand, but use both sides of the body. Has the Brett Peake protected padding on the wrist, which it was a throwback to 2007 Fremantle. But beautiful ball user, like genuinely silky, and I'm really excited to see the likes of her and Jade Hutchinson blossom, Josh, as we go on. But you were at a Quambi and you had equally good games.
Yeah, we had 3 really good games out there. First of which, Croydon North, Emlock and East Burwood Division 3. You know, it was a bit lopsided in the end. It was probably one of the more lopsided, or probably the most lopsided game in the end out there at Quambi. And you know, East Burwood running away with a massive 40-point victory as well.
And Zappy and G's out for Croydon North. That hurt them, didn't it?
That really hurt them as well because, you know, Croydon North, they had opportunities mainly in that first half, but they just couldn't.
Yeah, it was 4 shots each or something at quarter time, but the Rams kicked straight and the Kangaroos hadn't.
They just couldn't find that finishing touch. You know, they had Brittany Gretsch down there, who's a superstar up forward in her own right, but you know, they even had to swing Natalie Laurie forward in the second half, and she's usually playing down back, and she even played a little bit of midfield. So, yeah, it was a bit of a disappointing end to Croydon North Emlock season. Credit to them as well. Their first ever senior grand final. Their men's side, they've had their struggles, but they're on the up. Their women's side have just continued to grow in the 3 years of their 3 seasons. And yeah, but East Burwood, they were just a class above. Cecilia Baldasser, she is just a remarkable forward. She got best on ground, the Blue Ribbon medal, but she barely had any touches, yet every touch, she literally
kicked 5 goals, didn't she?
It literally turned into goal.
I don't know about you, Josh, but all of our games, it seemed like one team had most of the play. So Park Orchard definitely had most of the play all game, but the defending of Rowville and then their speed to rebound was something that I thought was quite impressive. When especially at local level, women's football still started, it was like once you sort of got it in one team's forward 50, more often than not, you sort of had to wait for a goal to get back to the centre. And I'm not being, disrespectful. That was just a matter of what it is. If I started a new sport, this year, I'd probably have the similar struggles. So the fact that now the ball was going end to end all day, it was super impressive. And the crowd support. It's good to see clubs like Park Orchards, Rowville, South Croydon especially very good at it. Vermont as well, getting numbers there and just supporting as one club. The atmosphere was great, and it got me really, really excited for the grand finals we're going to experience over the next 3 weeks. But it does make me think, could we maybe get a finals day going in senior footy? Could you have Div 4 into Div 3? 2 grand finals in one day? Maybe you could. I know they do it in England with the T20 cricket. You play both semis, then the final, and it creates a great atmosphere. But look, that's a discussion for someone with a much higher pay bracket than me, Ryan. But yeah, it was a great day. Well done to those 6 clubs. Well done to Josh and Trent and John O'Van, who's not here today as well, for calling on 3 of them. And yeah, we look forward to the presentation when we find out the winners of the best and fairest, and then we look forward to next year.
Yeah, and the 2 other games as well, Knox versus East Ringwood, that was a really high quality match. In second division as well, these, Knox and East Ringwood, they deserve to be playing Division 1 footy. And, I
60 to 50, that's a ripping game.
Yeah, it was a really good game, and just pretty much end-to-end stuff. But, third quarter, East Ringwood, they got on top. Nicola Davidson, she took the game by the scruff of her neck. She is one of the quickest players I've ever seen. And, I thought they would continue that charge because I'd seen them earlier in the year against Montrose, and I just thought they would, they would comfortably get the win, or not comfortably, but get the victory. But yeah, Knox just ran over the top of East Ringwood in the end. They were just a class above in that final quarter. I think it was 4 goals and they only conceded just the one. Holly Gibson, best on ground. She is as quick as Nicola Davidson as well. She's one to watch for the future. And the thing is about Knox, I think I did have a look as well. Most of their players in that side, they were coming from the under-18s last year as well. So they're still a really young side and have got plenty of growth and potential in them. So that was a really good game. The final game, Whitehorse Domvale, that was, whilst it wasn't the highest quality, it was a really good scrap between, clearly the 2 best sides in Premier B, and Whitehorse in the end ending up as premiers, and they had to fight for it. They, first half Domvale, they had their chances to get the lead, whilst they were pretty inaccurate as well. Kicked 1 goal 6. Whitehorse Pioneers had 4 goals 1. So the Vales had more scoring shots, but Whitehorse just converted more of their chances. But then the second half, the ball was predominantly, for the third quarter, it was predominantly in Domvale's attacking half, and they kicked 2 goals late to tie things up, and then Whitehorse got on top for like the first 15 minutes of the final quarter before Domvale came charging home. And I thought the draw was a possibility, but Whitehorse managed to keep their nerve, keep their cool, and it's a terrific victory because
certainly the underdogs.
They were definitely the underdogs because Domvale had won 3 and Whitehorse had only won the 1 against them this year, and quite a remarkable victory from the Pioneers. And yeah, great to see them get up.
So you can watch all 6 of those grand finals on the replay on YouTube. We've got a few minutes here before the break to look at this game at Surrey Park versus Chirnside Park Brash. An interesting one. Surrey Park probably lost. I think they lost the first 2 against Chirnside Park before getting over the line in a close one. What do you expect from this one? Because it was quite a bit of a low score the last time these 2 sides met.
Yeah, look, it's going to be a very interesting contest. Haven't seen either of these sides this year, but I like the way that Surrey Park have gelled under Kenworthy since he's taken over. There seems to be a bit more steel, a bit more resolve. Also, their ability to match it with the best side in the comp, and having beaten them twice, I think it sets them up lovely for a preliminary final win this afternoon. Chirnside, they've made great strides this year. However, I
don't think they need to go up necessarily, Chirnside, compared to Surrey. Surrey need to go up, or at least be around the mark. Chirnside, they've come down. They didn't win a game for 2 years, so they don't necessarily want to go straight back up into Division 3. They've butted a lot of 19s. They've got a proper junior club, which not a lot of clubs in Division 2. If they actually just sit for a couple of years, build up properly, and then go up again, that might be better than if they were to somehow fall into a position where they got through the grand final and beat Sylvan. They'd be in a division where they probably don't need to be yet.
No, and some sides, as you've watched, all of us have watched a lot of football over a long period of time, and even though there are sides that win the premiership, they're sometimes actually not ready to go up.
No, exactly.
And you only find that out till next year.
Exactly.
Yeah, certainly. And just seeing now the reserve side, Surrey Park, have just gone over the line over Sylvan, so that's a good start for them today. I think they're the real challenger to Sylvan. I think they've got, their attacking have been much better in the second half of the season, Matt. They've scored I think they've hit 100 points 5 times since Kenworthy's taken over.
Before Kenworthy, they really struggled to score, and then after Kenworthy, they play with a bit more freedom and may have got players back, but definitely scored with more freedom. Although Chirnside won the first 2 games against them, and even the third game where Surrey won, it was still low scoring. So I think that says more about the way Chirnside sort of set up behind the ball and the way Chirnside play the game. The men's there's never really much room to move for the opposition midfield. So, yeah, I think Surrey Park have more talent. I definitely think they're the only, again, I'm not saying Chirnside couldn't beat Sylvan, but the evidence in front of us makes it hard to believe that.
When you lose by 25 goals.
Yeah, so from that point of view, Surrey to get through. But I think this game itself will be close because Chirnside have the ability to slow Surrey down. They clearly can't slow Sylvan down, but they can slow Surrey down. But I think eventually Surrey should be able to get over the top of them. But having said that, that round 2 game we went and watched out at Kimberley Reserve, went right down the roll, was enthralling, and both other games have been under 3 goals. So hopefully a close one for the viewers at home, but I'm going to go with Surrey Park.
Yeah, I think obviously I'm backing Surrey as well, but just it's a completely different side, I reckon, from those first 2 losses as well. Between at the start of the season as well. You know, they've got pretty good. They've got players back like George Haynes, who played last game and was named second best against Chirnside, and when they got the victory, and they've got players back after that start of the season. So, yeah, it's hard to go past Surrey, and it's going to be a really close game though. A bit of a scrap, I reckon, as well.
Yeah, I think you're right, and you know, for me, I just have to back Surrey Park with the form that they've been in this season in the second half of the year since James has taken over, and they've really put themselves into a good spot where I think they can beat Sylvan come next week. But we are going to go to our break before the ahead of the game day between Surrey Park and Chirnside Park here at East Burwood Reserve. It's Division 4 preliminary final weekend. A big game coming up after the break.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs
Or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter times. You don't need private health, there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services.
Hello?
They've given
Hello?
$250
Can you hear me? 'Cause I can't hear
million
me.
to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to East Burwood Reserve. We've got the Division 4 preliminary final for the Eastland match of the day between the Surrey Park Panthers and the Chirnside Park Panthers. It's a Panther off out here. The winner progressing through to the Division 4 grand final where they will face red-hot favourites Sylvan. We welcome our listeners as well on Eastern FM 98.1. I'm Josh Ward. Joining me today, calling the game as well, Gavin Casey. Great to be alongside you, Gav.
Great to be with you, Josh. It's going to be a fantastic game. Two evenly matched sides, I think. Well, they're both Panthers and they seem to be both up for the challenge. So, yeah, we're looking forward to this game. I'm interested who could play Sylvan next week.
Very interested indeed. You would have heard their voices as well on pre-game as well. Ryan Long and Wayne Brasher Ryan and Brash, we're down in the lower depths of the EFNL Senior Men's competition. It's always good to see these Division 4 games, particularly since it's a preliminary final as well.
Yeah, certainly. I know you're looking forward to seeing Chirnside Park today. Can't wait to see how they go. It's an interesting matchup. They've been probably pretty similar sides when they play each other. It's been close matches, but then when they played Sylvan, they've been completely different. So, look, I absolutely give Chirnside Park every chance to win today. I just worry that, you know, their form would struggle going into a grand final, but they do have a pretty good defensive structure that I think might work today.
Yeah, Josh, unfortunately, my days of watching Division 4 football, unfortunately, is not as great as others. But nonetheless, I'm still very keenly aware and still interested in this division, mainly because it's always a stepping ground to see which side is going to go up and hopefully take the next step on the journey of going further up the ladder. We already know one participant, and these two on paper have played very close games throughout the year. I just think, though, for mine, I think that Surrey Park, for me, with the fact that I just think that under James Kenworthy, I think they play a better brand of football in the second half of the season, and I'm expecting them to win.
Definitely, of course, everyone would know my tip. We'll cross down to Matthew Fodia shortly as well, but teams are in position as well. Surrey Park, they're kicking to the right of your screens, to the right of your radio dials. Chirnside Park, they'll be kicking to the left of your screens and the left of your radio dials as well. But teams are getting into position here. I'll be backing Surrey. Gavin, do you have a tip here?
I think Surrey, just for reasons of if they do progress to the grand final, will be a good matchup for Sylvan. But yeah, this is going to be a 2-goal game, I reckon.
Yeah, it's going to be a very close game indeed. There's just waiting for the umpire to get the ball up. He is about to get the ball up.
And there's a change of numbers. I think the ruckman Woodfull is now number jumper 3.
Yeah, there's a number 3.
Umpire holds the ball up. Gavin Casey to get us underway.
So it's Woodfull versus Grattan Stevens coming into the ruck, but it's first win out of the centre. Bruce Smith for Surrey Park goes long inside 50 to the residential area. End of East Burwood Reserve. Just comes out temporarily with Kennedy. Butters up from the centre stoppage now to pass it into the leading option. Just spilled in the forward line for Surrey. So it's a disputed ball 40 metres around from the goals, and it finally goes out of bounds, and it'll be a ball in. Surrey Park with the first forward entry. So the strength of Surrey Park in the middle showing out. Kennedy and Smith, they're just the clearance machines. Stevens does get front position, controls the ruck contest, gets some help from Murphy. It's still a disputed ball, and Chirnside Park with strength for numbers around the ball trying to hold it in. It's been released to Anderson. He's been dispossessed of the ball. Now it's in the hands of Murphy for Chirnside Park. And we have gone progressing out of defence for Chirnside, and they get to the wing, and it'll be a boundary throw in broadcast side.
We're going to quickly cross boundary side, Matt Fodia.
Yeah, so I'll update that number 3 for you guys, but just in terms of the conditions, very soft underfoot East Burwood. So a lot of grass, but pretty soft underneath that with all the rain we've had. So watch for players to lose their footing, I'd say, fairly frequently.
So it's going to be a push in the back free kick here, going the way of Parker Fox of Surrey Park. So another chance to go inside 50 here. Deepest target is Jara Aburu. He goes in that direction. Out the back there, it's Renan Falahi. So one of the youngsters of this Surrey Park lineup got in behind there, took a really good grab. He's kicked 22 goals on the season, and he has a chance to add the first goal here.
Just put himself in the right position, Brash, ahead of his opponent or behind his opponent.
He does, and you know, this game sort of reminds me of one of the very first games we were taught as a young guy.
And he slotted it as well. So Surrey Park get the first goal on the board. 2 minutes played here. 1 straight 6. Chirnside Park get the score. Boundary side, Matthew Fodia.
Yeah, just confirming, Gavin, always right, shouldn't it? Always back him in. Jacob Woodfull is wearing the number 3 for Surrey Park.
And what I meant by that, gentlemen, was the fact that on a ground as lush as what this is, it's almost like playing wet weather football, and it's old-fashioned. You've got to play in front when the ball, because the ball's not going to travel. So you're just going to have to play the basic things that you were taught when you first started learning football. And if you manage to do that right, you're going to win the game.
They're back in the middle of Eastland Reserve. Kick off the ground by Kennedy. Just hacks it from a spilled ball out of the rock contest. It does go on to bounce to his teammate, but no forward possession there for Can, and he gets tackled and taken out of bounds. And because he spilt it in the tackle, he's been penalised for holding the ball. So it's a free kick to Chirnside Park in defence. We'll go to Matt Fodio again for some conditions on wind, because I think Surrey Park have got the advantage going to the Highbury Road end or the residential end here of Eastland Reserve. Gets to the wing where Chirnside couldn't take the next mark, but it is in the middle. Hotly contested ball, and they're fighting for it. Smart takes his opponent down nicely for Surrey Park, and picking himself is his Bowringer. And they've just got forward of the centre circle, have Chirnside Park.
You're correct, Gavin, just jumping in there. So there's a slight breeze going to the right of screen, which is Surrey Park's end. I wouldn't say it's a howling gale. I've seen windier days out here at Eastfield, but it is advantageous to Surrey Park at this stage.
Interesting free kick, guys, to Grattan Stevens, because he got underneath Woodfull, but he gets the free kick, but his pass is beautifully hit up the lead-up target, and it's nicely in the hands of Dwyer. Short kick on the leading option. Badome, he's been swamped by defenders, and the mark comes into Haynes, who gets in front of Badome on the slow lead, and Haynes takes the mark in defence for Surrey Park.
So Haynes rebounding, gets the kick out here to Callum Garvin. He goes out further wide. Hamish Bowl with the mark, goes up a little further to Surrey's vice-captain Ryan Kennedy, who goes inboard. He's got Jack McLaren all on his own in there. So a big chance here for Surrey Park to go inside 50 once more. Parker Fox dropped the mark, picks up the crumbs though, gets the handball to Ollie Anderson, who nearly finds Tom Smith, but the mark taken in defence there by Shane Hall, and Chirnside Park have the chance to rebound here. Promising attack from the Panthers of Surrey. Hall goes long, Woodfull, the big target. I think it's a push in the back, free kick. Looks
unnecessary as well.
It was really unnecessary because Woodfull had hands all over that. So they go long here. Over the top is Slattery. Really good effort there. Picking up the crumbs there is Brendan Murphy. Ran to his own player. It's going to be another ball up. Leaning more towards Chirnside Park's attacking half.
Just the last couple of kicks inside 50 for both sides. It's just sort of been rushed and haven't really made the most of their opportunities yet.
Yeah, it seems like there's 5 metres on the kicks for Surrey Park's end. It's Murphy handing off to Slattery. Slattery runs towards goal, kicks it under with big pressure for Sam King. He gets swamped by defenders, and Surrey Park rush it outside 50, but it's a hotly contested ball, and there's an under feet. Oh, well, I'm a bit confused by the umpiring decision. It's under knees effort, but I'm not sure why Chirnside have come up with that. We'll look ahead to Dwyer planting himself underneath it. Can't take the mark. Nicely spoiled by the defence of Surrey Park. We just can't say Panthers because you won't know who we're referring to. So it's been kicked forward, and Falahi, who the goal kicker was, took the mark but turned it over with the kick. So here goes Chirnside Park again. Slattery's kick overcooked for Dwyer. He gets underneath it. It's now near the forward pocket. It's gone out of bounds, so Chirnside get a 50-50 contest in their 50.
Just when Badome's leading for that ball, they seem to be able to push another defender back to him. So when he's going to be leading, he's probably going to have to beat 2, which is a bit hard. So
it's McLaren against Dwyer in ruck. McLaren just takes it out of whack and thumps the ball as far as he can, but straight into the hands of Chirnside's ruck, Grant Stevens. He's got someone on in the middle here. Big chance for Chirnside Park to go forward here through Johns, who goes a little further out wide here to Jimmy Wells. Wells goes on the lead to Dan Badome. A good spoil from behind there from George Haynes. Looking to run onto this is Hamish Bowl, but it's going to go out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. So Chirnside doing a bit of the attacking here now, fellas.
Yeah, certainly. And George Haynes with the roll on Badome too. He's got a lot of speed on him. So I think you back him to beat him leading to the ball.
It was Haynes and Badome in ruck. It's going to be the clearance here for Paul Collerby. It's a high up and under kick. Sorry, you're going to get the ball here through Nick Can. Gets the handball away to not too sure who's number 32. There's Chirnside. Look to go further forward. Surrey Park, Tom Smith bursting through a tackle, but getting the intercept possession there is Ethan Stone. He goes out wide. Has got Jimmy Wells all on his own.
Yeah, we'll get Matt to check if it's one of the Garvin boys changed number for Surrey Park, but we'll need a new jumper number for 32 for Surrey Park. Chirnside Park from halfback, long dumping ball has been marked by the Surrey Park defender, and they're holding up nicely in defence with spoils and taking relieving marks. So they'll go through the corridor, will Surrey Park, but again the wind just overcooks the kick, and in nice position. I think that's looks like Burt in defence took the mark. He's looking for options at all angles. His kick makes Slattery work, and he on the bounce gets to it. Now it's a rush kick from Chirnside Park. The numbers are with the Surrey Park Panthers, and beater to the ball was Johns. Surrey Park do get the inside 50, but it was a rush kick. Hand pass was just a hurried one by Chirnside Park as they try to clear their area, and the umpire finally finds an off-the-ball free kick to Surrey Park, and it's in the hands of Bennett. Bennett hands it off to Burrell. Burrell looks for a leading option in the pocket. Well, the forward just leading up there, just lets it drop in front of his ankles and misses it out. There is Obaru, and it's out of bounds in the forward pocket. Let's go to the boundary side with Matt Fodia.
Looks like all their numbers are out, guys, so I'll wait the quarter time to ask that question to Surrey Park. Bridgeston around the ground. Score update from Premier Division. Doncaster East 20, Baldwin yet to score.
So good start there from Doncaster East. There's great pressure there from Daniel Smart. Forces the ball out of bounds there from Josh Van.
The game really hasn't settled down yet. Both sides, they're struggling with their delivery to each other. They're overcooking the contests and just not being able to deliver the ball precisely.
So it was Obaru who got the tap from behind, but locked in there was Josh McConnell. It's going to be another ball up, pretty much the same position as before.
So Brash, is it going to be who can lower their eyes and start hitting the targets, whether that's anything to do with the win?
So give that tap down to Grant Stevens. Immediately pressured there was the Chirnside Park midfielder, but it's going to be another ball up. So
I think it comes down to which side can show the most amount of poise throughout the contest this afternoon. Just steady it down when they need to.
So Obaru in ruck against Grant Stevens. They get the ball out behind here to Surrey Park, but Chirnside Park managed to get the intercept and will look to go forward here. McLaren and Woodfall. It's a push in the back free. It's a push in the back free going the way of Chirnside Park. It's already a couple of free kicks for Chirnside Park as they'll look to go forward here. Dwyer's on the lead. Good spoil there from Josh Durand. Immediately pressured was Josh Clevant. Gets the handball away to Ben Slattery, who gets the handball back out here to Josh McConnell, but immediately pressured. Cal Garvin, the blind spin. Looks to get the handball to Nick Can, who tried a blind spin of his own, but he's got down on the ground. So
boundary.
A big chance here for Surrey Park, boundary side with Matthew Fodia.
Yeah, it just looks like Can struggling to get to his feet there. Cop one a little high that was missed by the umpire. Another update from that centre reserve game. Both Jordan Isle and Charlie Haley was sent off before the game began.
What?
So two pretty big outs for Baldwin as it's going to be.
So they're available to play, but I believe they've been given a yellow card before the first bounce.
So Tom Smith sharking it out of the ruck. Big chance here, just drifting to the right through for a minor score. So the first blemish of the day for Surrey Park. They're 1-1-7, Chirnside yet to score.
I don't reckon I've ever heard of that before.
And they'll cop it from Rodney Eade.
Not a place you want to be going after being sent off before the game, is it? Rodney Eade's quarters.
No. Yeah, there's a story behind all that, that's for sure. Normally the umpires are tucked up in the rooms before the game starts, and they want to get it going as soon as possible without trouble. So interesting to get more reports from you there, Matt. Long kick out. It was like the fullback spotted his opposition number, McLaren, and thought it was a good person to kick to because he's all alone when he took the mark at half forward, gets it deep into the pocket. It nowhere in particular as well. And Chirnside Park rushed it again. McLaren's underneath it. He drops it because it was floating in the wind in all directions. Quick hand pass off to the running Bennett. Bennett from 40 runs towards goal. He puts it to the post and it hits the right post. It didn't come back far enough from the right, and it's a minor score. Surrey Park 1-2-8, doing all the scoring against Chirnside Park, who've yet to get on the board. 11.5 minutes first term.
Just need a bit of composure, Josh, on this first kick out because the last couple have just been a bit rush and not the right option towards their defenders.
Definitely. Last kick out was lace out to one of Surrey Park's tall defenders, Jack McLaren, so they wouldn't want to do that once more. As a bit of a grubber kick in the end as well. Josh Clevant is immediately pressured by Parker Fox, who I think he's looking for the boundary. Mitch Molnar was there, and it's going to trickle out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. So another poor kick in there, Ryan.
Yeah, it is. And look, if they can start hitting up some targets and just find up, if they can link up across the wing, they might be able to push forward a bit better.
So Woodfall and Mark, looked like he was against Charlton Covlant. Big chance here for Smith. Parker Fox gets the handball out here to Garvin. Paul Colopy immediately pressured. Holding the ball, says the umpire. So they had their chances, and there's a bit of heat in after that tackle as well, but they had their chances, Surrey, to get the goal there, but Chirnside stand tall as They look to rebound from defensive 50 here. Getting the tap out there was Jacob Ranchi, and it's gone out of bounds for a boundary throw-in.
So far, I reckon Dave Newlands will be happy that he's kept Surrey Park to 8 points. James Kenworthy would not be happy in the fact that they've had 90% of the possession in their forward 50 and not been able to convert.
So Brewer and Stevens in ruck. Stevens got the tap down, but Surrey look like they're going to get the clearance here. Kennedy was out back there, but Slattery intercepted. Got the handball over the top here to Ranchi, who immediately pressured a great tackle there, and it's going out of bounds once more.
Well, it's a big 5 minutes here for Surrey Park because while they've got the momentum, when we talked about that a lot yesterday, they've got to use it and they've got to get themselves out to a bit of a lead at quarter time.
Chirnside Park doing well with the defensive tools in their kit, but they're just holding off Surrey Park at the moment. They're deep in defence, close to the boundary line, and that's going to be their friend for the moment as well, Chirnside Park, as Surrey just can't get it open from the contest, and that's what they're trying to do. So it's another boundary throw in from 45 metres out, Highbury Road end. Grattan Stevens doing a wonderful job getting front position in most ruck contests from the boundary throw-ins, but he's knocked it to his feet level just to keep control in a stoppage. And again, we'll go to Matt Fodia for more information.
Yeah, there's been a free kick to Kennedy. Just interesting to note, Surrey Park playing man-on-man around the ground. No loose behind the ball when they've got the wind down the line, so clearly backing themselves around the stoppage.
So Kennedy got the free kick from Stevens, sitting on the ball there?
I believe it must have been holding the ball, yeah.
Yeah, I think he was hatching it.
So he tapped it down to himself just so he could cover it up, and he just, as it's been described, he sat on it, and it allowed Kennedy just to apply a very loose tackle and be awarded for holding the ball. 45 metres out, 45-degree angle, it's right side, it's not going to come back, and it's another minor score for Surrey Park. They're 1-3-9, doing all the scoring against Chirnside Park in this preliminary final first term. 14 minutes gone first term.
They certainly probably have the more dangerous midfield at the moment. That they're continuously getting it inside 50. And I think Kennedy's one of those players. I played 150 games. He's that sort of veteran that I think is a big threat to open this game up today.
He's kicked 9 goals this season as well as Kennedy. Consistent goal kicker in midfield. Tom Smith went with the fly. He'll look to get the ball here, get the handball out. Immediately pressured by Chirnside Park. McLaren pressured. Chirnside Park have the numbers out here, and they'll look to go on the counter attack. Intercepted there from the senior debutant as well, Jack Woods, who just got a little bit fumbly there. Still managed to get the handball out there to Noah Bennett, who looks for Ryan Kennedy. Goes off the ground. Looks like he'll get his own ball as well. Just eluded him a little bit there. He gets the handball away to Kennedy, and immediately pressured there was Bennett as he gets the tackle on himself, as Chirnside Park will look to get it clear, but they don't in the end. And getting the intercept there, looked like it was Ethan Stone, but Surrey pressuring really well. Mitch Molnar getting it into a dangerous zone there. Tom Smith was the target, trying to bullock his way through, and it's going to be another ball up. So they continue to attack. They need a goal sometime soon here, Ryan and Brush.
You're right, 16 minutes gone, and they've only got the one on the board. And for the last 10 minutes, I reckon they've had it inside their forward 50.
So Woodfull got the tap down. Smith on hands and knees as well as the Chirnside Park player, and he's going to be a free kick going the way of Josh Clevan, who's put together a great season. Goes out wide to Grant Stevens. Got a couple of options, but he instead opts the longer one to Ben Slattery. Has it gone out of bounds on the full? No, it's been touched beforehand, but it's going to be a boundary throw in here, right in front of our boundary rider for today, Matthew Fodia.
It's a good result, though. They've finally been able to get a stoppage here on the wing and give them a chance to reset.
Can we get an opinion from Matt, ground level? What's the win feel like if you could put it in goals terms? Do you think it's a couple of goals? Because it seems stronger with the kicks going Surrey Park's end.
Yeah, from where I'm seeing, I'm obviously sheltered here in the nice little interchange bench they've got at East Burwood. It's not a 3-4, it's maybe 1-2. It's definitely blowing to the right forward pocket too, which is where Surrey have kicked all their behinds, to the right. So I think the interesting thing will just be, you can probably score into it, it's just not kicking it long. You might have to run it up a little bit further and not let the breeze get a hold of it.
O'Reilly was awarded for a great tackle earlier, and they went forward, but it was cleared again by Surrey Park, but the mark again taken by Burt in the middle of the ground, and his kick was finally reached the target. So Chirnside through King, go long, much and better. Running to with the flight of the ball was Bowringer, and Jaden Bowringer takes the mark as he stretches forward, and that came out from the kick of Sam King, who had to lead up to the ball beyond his usual range of getting his kicks.
How often does this happen? You have complete dominance in your forward 50 for 10 minutes, and then all of a sudden it goes up the other end and the opposition gets a chance to put a goal on you.
So Jaden Bowringer from about 40 metres out. This will be a test of the conditions for our benefit to know, because he's 40 metres out. He's on a slide angle. So he'll put it to the teeth for the goals. He's put it out to the right, and it misses as Badome tries to get the Chirnside Park supporters to cheer at home. But the goal umpire's having none of that and signals 1 point.
They thought it was home,
well, Badome, once he started clapping it, everyone got on the same train. And unfortunately, the train wasn't leaving the station there. So it's a minor score, and they're finally on the board. Chirnside, it's 1 minor score, trailing Surrey Park 1-3-9.
Go boundary side with Matthew Fodia quickly.
Just confirming that suspected number change. It is Joshua Garvin wearing 32, not 34.
So Cullen Garvin got it over the top here to Josh Garvin, who gets it over the top to Parker Fox. Quick ball movement there from the Panthers of Surrey Park, and Parker Fox.
He's sorry to cut you off there, Josh. Parker Fox, he won't be in the coach's good books. Ken Worthy was 30 metres out directly in front, and Parker Fox turned his back to the play, went to have his shot at goal. So he'd want to kick this one.
Well, I've known Parker for a while. He does have that certain swagger, and he is a pretty confident player as well, the ex-Baldwin player. He comes in, pretty tight angle. It's just drifting right. It's gone through.
To go.
So Parker Fox gets the Surrey Park's second goal of the match. I think it's his 22nd goal of the season as well. And Surrey Park now have a 2-goal advantage. They're 2-3-15 to just the one behind.
There's good transition there. They had some players open. Garvin had a lot of space there and a lot of time to make the choice to go inside 50 and hit up his target in Fox. And although he had an option up forward a bit close to the goal, he's a good kick, and he backed himself in, and that's exactly what they needed. Just something to settle them down, because they've had so much of the football.
But it just shows when they can get some overlaps and some run how dangerous Surrey can be. Chirnside again concede the centre clearance, so Surrey Park go forward. It's a disputed ball at centre forward. No real clear winner yet. Trying to follow up with Smart. It's bobbling around. Finally picked up off the ground by Daniel. He quickly kicks it out Chirnside Park, but it falls into the hands of Garvin. So Garvin goes around the left flank, and he can't bring it around for a major. It's a minor score for Surrey Park, and that time it was Callum Garvin, who had the miss. 2-4-16, Surrey Park leading Chirnside, who've only got 1 behind. Nearly time on first term.
They certainly are winning the centre clearances, Surrey Park, quite convincingly, really, Brian.
Yeah, they have. I don't think if Chirnside Park has won a centre clearance yet.
So down the line here go Chirnside Park. Tom Smith, the bottom of that pack. It's going to be a ball up. So we are into time on here now. Surrey Park leading by 15 points. They'd want to continue to press home that advantage with what is a slight breeze, as experienced veteran Brendan Murphy got the handball out there. Joe Oburu working hard on the ground there. It's going to go out of bounds for a boundary throw-in.
Is that where they need to turn around, Brush? Just a bit of control in the centre?
Yeah, they do, but they also got to learn that they've got to try and bring some of their ball plays into the contest too, right?
Yep.
So Stevens got the tap down, but it's going to be Chirnside Park. Immediately pressured there was, I think it was Ethan Stone. Gets the free kick as well. James Kentworthy, the playing coach for the Panthers of Surrey, conceding that. So Stone goes long towards Scott Dwyer. It's going to be hard to not distinguish him with those green, blue and blonde hair.
He looks like Carl Langdon.
So going long inside 50 here is Dwyer, dropping the mark there. I think that was Bowringer. Sorry, bring the pressure there as well, and it's going to be a ball up right on the cusp of 50 here for Chirnside Park.
Looked like a bit of an accident. It looked like they came off the side of the boot. So
it wasn't going where it was meant to, I can tell you.
So just outside the arc is Burwood Highway end is the end at Chirnside Park are trying to score at, and Badome puts himself in a position where he got tackled around the shoulder there. Sorry, that was Hall. And Hall, it's got Badome in the goal square, so was looking ahead. Hall goes towards Badome on the lead. He gets, well, he considers it a push out. He dived forward to try to accentuate it, but now it's a fight for the ball where 4 versus 1 favours Surrey Park, and the 4 are really just holding it in, and it'll be a ball up, and it's a good result for Chirnside Park in their forward pocket.
You have to look at that contest, though, 4-on-1, you know, where are the Chirnside forwards there? Because you've got to have more numbers around there and create a bit of an opportunity.
So it looks like the Chirnside are putting more numbers around the centre just to get some control into the game. But Surrey Park, numbers behind the ball, will, through the weight of that, get the clearance. And it's Garvin on half-back. Nice short pass to the ruckman in Woodfull. who's a good option just to steady. He's got a short on. It's a spearing ball. It's a dangerous one because if it hits ground level, it's a 50-50 contest. And now it's been turned over with Slattery intercepting a hand pass out by Surrey. Quick kick forward, though, by Chirnside was a very rushed effort. So it's 2 against 4 again that favours Surrey Park, but the tackle applied means it's going to be a hold-up contest. 55 from Chirnside's goals. They would like a goal just to steady their nerves probably in this contest. Stevens waits for the contest, does win the ruck contest, but at ground level again, it's Surrey Park winning it out of the stoppages, 1v2, and the 2 of Chirnside Park, where they got numbers, wins out. Quick kick goes forward to O'Reilly. He's underneath it, has to wait for it, holds up in the wind. Help from Hall with O'Reilly. Now the quick kick forward, not to anyone in particular, but it's an inside 50 for Chirnside Park, and there's an indiscriminate effort, and it's going to be a free kick to Chirnside Park. The umpire saw over the top, and it's a free kick to the forward in Clevant.
Surrey Park was on the bottom, but the Chirnside Park turns up with a free kick.
Is it another one? There's been a couple of calls for under the knee sort of free kick. Is that what it is?
I think it would have to be, wouldn't it?
The free kick was definitely given for below the knees contact.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So this time it's there's 2 Clevants, and Charlton's got it. He's kicked 13 this year. He'd like to add to his total. And Chirnside Park will be happy for their quarter if they can get this major on the board from 45 metres out. It's to the left post, and it's inside it now for a major. It was well done by Clevant. Charlton Clevant gets Chirnside Park's first goal, and they move on to 1-1-7, and they only trail by 9 points as Surrey Park at 2-4-16. It's a good effort when you think about the ball and the contest.
You're right. If talk from a Dave Newland's perspective, he'll be pretty happy to be within, less than 10 points. They haven't had much opportunity up forward, but when they have got down there, they've at least had a couple times where they've had some set shots, and only 9 points.
It is. As back in the middle here, Woodfull just thumps it out of there, but it's going to be Chirnside Park who get the centre clearance here through Robert Johns, but doing well to smother there was Daniel Smart. It's going to be Stacks on in the middle of East Burwood Reserve. Another ball up here.
Another player for Chirnside who is very creative, but he's not hurting them at the moment with where he's getting the ball, is Ben Slattery. He's not getting the ball in positions where he can hurt the opposition.
So Stevens on hands and knees. Again, pressured once more by Jacob Woodfull. It's been a pretty interesting duel, the ruck duel so far in this first quarter between Stevens and Woodfull, and should continue for the rest of this match as they go up once again. Woodfull got the tap out, but it's going to be Johns who gets the clearance here. Immediately pressured there by Bowen. Surrey Park will go forward here. Picking up the ball there, I think that was Kentworthy who gets a handball over the top here to Kennedy. On the lead there is Nick Can, who takes the mark. Another one of the young brigade of the Surrey Park Football Club. He's had a remarkable first season, 41 goals in 14 games. He has a chance here to add to that tally.
Kennedy's been looking real dangerous, and he found plenty of space then to kick in and hit his target up. He's the one to watch, I reckon.
So on a pretty tight angle, you'd say about kicking from about 35 metres out, comes in, smooth looking action, and he slotted it. So Nick Can now has 42 goals on the season. Surrey Park have 3 goals on the day. They're 3-4-22. Chirnside Park 1-1-7. Immediate response there from the Panthers of Surrey Park.
At the moment, Surrey Park seem to have all the answers against Chirnside Park. It must be particularly galling, really, for Chirnside Park because they are working really hard, but they're not seeing enough reward for effort.
Yep, yeah, you're right. And it starts here right in the middle, so they were close to getting a couple of clearances forward, but I think Surrey Park seem to be just working a lot harder. They're very quick.
You're right, Ryan. Johns had a couple of chances, but he never broke free of that tackle to get the clearance going. And here he goes again as Stevens won the tap, but this time has helped out through Slattery. Slattery's overlapping hand pass to the wing, puts a lot of pressure on McGee. McGee's bundled over for a free kick on the wing, so pick himself up, look at centre options, kicks it short to Clevant. This time it's Josh, who's got another short. Luckily, I reckon he pulled the kick because he saw a man being marked. Daniel drops the mark. It might allow Surrey Park to get in on this, but it goes out of bounds, thankfully, for Chirnside Park. So Daniel saved blushes by the boundary line being there.
Yeah, lucky because Fallahay, that's the speed that we've sort of been talking about. Fallahay had to really run hard to get there, and unfortunately the boundary line beat him to it.
Woodfull gets front position. Stevens pushes him underneath the contest, and the umpire could not help but see that push in the back. And Stevens even goes, "That's what I did. I'll do it again." Push you around. It's just like Woodfull's got the free kick. He's got a spearing pass in, and nicely marked by Smart, who got underneath it. And Smith, sorry, should I say. And Smith was underneath it for a little bit, and the front on pressure was all too late. So Tom Smith, who's kicked 18 himself, but as we've been examples from Fox and Can, the goal kicking looks to be on that left side where they drilled it, and this one where you've got to put it on the right post and maybe only get a little bit of swing going is going to be a tough kick for Tom Smith, who's kicked 18 goals this season. A 15-point lead for Surrey Park as the quarter-time siren goes. He puts it right post. It never bends back, and it's a minor score. So Smith misses from the right pocket. Quarter-time here in the preliminary final for Division 4, EFNL. Surrey Park 3-5-23, leading Chirnside 1-1-7.
We'll go through the goal kickers as well. For Surrey, all singles. Parker Fox, Brendan Falahi, and Nicholas Can, the only goal kicker for Chirnside Park. Charlton Clavant. We're going to go to a break here on the Eastland match of the day. When we return, Matthew Fodia will be down with one of the coaches, and we'll bring you the second quarter of action out here, where Surrey Park lead by 16 points, 23-7.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Eastfield Reserve, the Division 4 preliminary final Eastland match of the day between Surrey Park and Chirnside Park, the battle of the Panthers. It's Surrey who lead 3-5-23 to Chirnside 1-1-7. We'll go quickly around the grounds as well. Got a couple of interesting scores. The Premier Division elimination final. Now Doncaster East lead 5-5-35 to Baldwin 2 straight 12. So not too sure if there's a wind out there, but that's still a really good lead. Montrose as well, they lead 2-4-16, Moorbuck 2-2-14, and out there at Tormore Reserve, so a really enthralling contest first up out there. East Burwood and Boronia quarter time at Walker Park. Boronia 6-7-43 to 3-4-22. I'm sure you're a happy man, Ryan, hearing that score.
Yeah, no, big first quarter there. I think it went for 31 minutes, I'm hearing, so a lot of goals kicked there. But back onto this game.
Midfield are just not getting the ball in advantageous. Down for you to me, Matty.
Yeah, thanks, Brash. Down here with Dave Newlands, Chirnside Park coach. Dave, first of all, how did the boys handle the conditions? Obviously, you played here last week, but despite it looking green and beautiful, it's actually quite soft under toe.
Yeah, it's pretty slippery out there. They keep slipping over a bit, but no, they handle all right. That wind obviously plays a fair bit into it, so yeah, it makes it tough.
You were talking to the boys there about how to best benefit from the wind. So you guys actually did really well, considering how much dominance they had in territory and the fact they've got the wind. How do you think you can better utilise the wind compared to them?
I think we just got to take our chances every time it goes down there, make sure we convert. And I think we got on top of our three in the midfield at that last stage. They run forward quite a lot, so they give you the opportunity to score heavily against them. So take our chances to score and see how we go.
You've got two really good power forwards in Dwyer and Badome who have looked threatening, and I'm sure you mentioned it to the boys, probably need to tidy up that ball use, isn't it? A lot of the ball going high in the air, allowing their defenders to come in. Is it about actually trusting them and kicking it low and hard?
Yeah, trust it, make sure we get into them pretty quick and they'll do the rest for us.
Well, Dave, you did well last week in the second quarter. Hopefully you can do the same.
Thank you to Matthew Fodia down there. Both teams are in position. Patrons are now off the ground. Umpire has the ball in his hands, just waiting for other umpires to get into position here. Big second quarter coming up, particularly for Chirnside Park. If they do take advantage of those chances, big chance here to take a handy half-time lead as umpire holds the ball off now. Gavin Casey to get us underway in the second quarter.
Thanks, Josh. And it's Chirnside Park trailing by 23-7, but they got the wind this quarter to the Highbury Road end. But it's Smith trying to bulldoze his way through from Surrey Park. The centre clearance is won by Surrey Park, and there's a holding of hands in the marking contest, and it will be Surrey Park with another inside 50 long ball. It's not well directed. Well, it's a holding off the ball decision, and it'll go to Can because he wasn't in the contest as such, but at ground level he's being held back.
Well, they were a bit worried about him in the first quarter, Gav. His mobility around and quickness around that forward line was worrying the Chirnside Park defence. And he's a goal kicker, and that's not good sign. It's not a good sign for Chirnside. They can't afford their goal kickers to get on song early here.
It's a worry for Jimmy Wells that he's worried so much about the ground level ball that he's already doing some work before the contest starts, and it's a missed opportunity from Can, who pulls it, and he nearly missed everything. But he does get one minor score to extend Surrey Park's lead. They are 24, leading Chirnside at 7. We're early moments of the second term preliminary final. Winner goes on to play Sylvan. Chirnside Park at full-back have got the win behind their backs. Can they break into this deficit?
So looking to rebound here. I think that might be Josh McConnell looking to go to Dwyer, but getting the fist in there was Durand. Roaming the pack was Robert Johns. Is it just going to go out of bounds? It will now. Out of play by the Surrey Park captain, Zach Tempany, right in front of the Chirnside Park, and Dave Newlands down there. So a boundary throw-in. Woodfull and Stevens to do battle once more. No real winner there. Bowl looking to get the clearance, but instead it's going to be Josh Durand. Woodfull tried to get the tap on here to Cal Garvin, who tried to keep it in, but it just stayed out of bounds for a boundary throw in. Ryan Long.
Just another update around the grounds. Doncaster East has stretched out that lead 7-6-48 to ball in 2 straight 12.
That's a massive advantage for the Lions, as it's going to be a boundary throw in right in the middle here of East Burwood Reserve. Woodfull could have played that a free kick to Stevens, but Smart got the handball away, intercepted there by John. So look to break clear from the Kennedy tackle. Brilliant pressure though. Fox gets the handball to Cal Garvin, who somehow manages to keep it alive. He goes inside 50. Uburu's the target. Gets on the ground. Immediately pressured there was Trent Russell, and It's going to be a ball up here, so big chance here for Surrey Park as we go down boundary side with Matthew Fodia.
Sorry, you've got an extra at the contest whenever it goes past the centre wing. Aaron Burt is staying behind the ball.
So Aburu got a big tap down there. Josh Clevant looked like he was going to get on the end of it. Tom Smith was also there as well. It's going to be a high free kick that goes the way of Josh Clevant, who's put together once more such a great season for Chirnside Park, and they have the chance to rebound here from defensive 50.
Yeah, so just continuing on that. So just interested to say, Hamish Burrow, the last two contests, right in front of me on centre wing, he was loose at the stoppage, which is why Surrey seemed to be dominating the clearances. And clearly Chirnside would prefer to have that extra behind the ball and kickstart their attacks that way. But just something to keep an eye on, given that Surrey are just sort of running the ball up, which pretty much renders the loose man useless.
So the kick from Gavant was not a long one out of defence, and the 2v2 marking contest near the boundary side has been split, so there'll be a ball up. Surrey Park still on the attacking ascendancy at the moment. Early in this second term, smothered ball, wind forward by Harper for Chirnside Park. Now it's a ground level ball where Surrey Park have the dominance so far today. Going backwards, Durant sharing it as Surrey Park try to get out of trouble. Nice pass inboard has been marked by Garvin. So Surrey Park, good composure, and it's not often we've seen a chain of possession be so clean today. Long ball now to half forward, slipping. Well, there's
25.
It's a late spoil.
Oh, down the field, sorry.
And down the field free kick. So Surrey Park, short pass option, nicely taken by Smart in the forward line. He held position 40 metres out and no spoil came in.
It was definitely there, Brash. It was just really late and just didn't need to be done. That's the most frustrating thing.
Surrey Park have all the answers at the moment. They've got numbers around the contest. Their players are spreading well enough to get delivery of the ball, and then when they go forward, they're going forward with purpose.
Daniel Smart has got the ball 40 metres out for another set shot for Surrey Park. This time it's straight. There's not much movement in terms of the ball, and it goes through the middle of the goals for another one for Surrey Park. Their early dominance is now being put through as a goal. So Surrey Park extend their quarter-time lead with another goal. They are 4-6-30, leading Chirnside by 23, who are 1-1-7. We've gone 5 minutes, second term.
Brush, it's just sorry to go back to it, but it's just one of those free kicks while you're struggling to find much of the footy. It's one of those, it's just a coach killer because it just puts you further behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, and it's a necessity you just can do without.
Especially if Stone was probably going to take the marker off half back.
So back in the middle, Stevens got the tap, trying to look for Johns. He's going to get the clearance here though, Stevens. One-on-one, Jack McLaren taking a good mark there. He goes out wide, an ambitious kick to Burrell. Needs to hit his target, did well to create a contest bowl. Jack Woods on senior debut as well out there. Shepherded well. Will get the handball out there, and big chance to go inside 50 once more for Surrey Park. Joe Aburu 2-on-1, and it's going to be the 2 that wins out. Brilliant pressure though from Aburu, holding the ball. Umpire pays advantage. Kennedy gets the handball. It's a little bit sloppy. Big chance here for Anderson. He's kicked the goal! Surrey have kicked the last 2 in only a matter of minutes. They lead 5-6, 36-1-1-7. Brilliant pressure there and a great finish from Ollie Anderson.
Yeah, great pressure. And Kennedy again just had a bit of composure to be able to get the handball over the top to his teammate, and that's something that Chirnside probably haven't quite been able to do. But look, that they're starting to really heat up now, Brash, and this is an important 5 minutes. It's now never for Chirnside Park. If they get any further behind.
Yeah, they're in trouble now.
Yep.
I think they're in trouble now because they are just they're getting carved up on the turnover and around the stoppages now, Chirnside.
Fantastic Aburu, had Russell to beat, but then followed up with a tackle on Bird, who couldn't break his tackle, and the turnover results in a goal for Surrey Park. They lead by 29 points early in this second term. Chirnside Park, they're putting their body on the line, but they just can't break free of any tackles in the centre circle of East Melbourne Reserve. And it's even holding the ball decision going the way of Surrey Park. Quickly, Molnar plays on, he slips the kick, and on the lead, Aburu, what a nice stretching mark. And he's got composure to kick it in the goal square where the teammate will take a mark and wander in for a goal, or even take his time and celebrate his own goal before he kicks it, is Kenworthy.
That was experienced by Kenworthy because he could have done what he really wanted, but he just thought, no, I'll just show my composure here.
Yeah, no need to rush.
So Aburu was again Aburu was beautifully on the lead, took a stretch on the right. Then he's found Kenworthy running into an open goal, and Kenworthy took the mark, kicks it from 5 metres. Another goal to Surrey Park. They lead 6-6-42, and Chirnside 1-1-7. 7.5 minutes second term. Let's go to Matt Fodia for some ground reports.
Yeah, more bad news for Chirnside Park. Ethan Stone has come to the bench clutching at sort of his lower neck, upper shoulder, so I'll keep an eye on that one. They don't seem too drastic, but yeah, just some bad news considering he's been fairly important on halfback.
He has had a pretty decent game today as well, as we're back in the middle here. Woodfull got the tap down, looking for gets the clearance though to Surrey Park. Woods looking for Renan Falahi, got the spoil in on the ground now. He's very dangerous on the ground here. Falahi, Joe Aburu, who's taken over this game in the last couple of minutes. It's just gone through for a minor score, so that's Surrey 7th behind their 6-7-43 to 1-1-7. They're piling on the pressure here.
And in those one-on-one contests, they're winning them all now.
And the ground level contest is a non-event, isn't it? Because once Aburu has won the ball on the ground, he was gone.
Yep.
And, I think Russell was just watching forlornly, and that's disturbing for Chirnside Park. They've got some relief that the missed kick at goal, so long kick out to Stevens, who pushes his opponent underneath it, but the numbers again, it gets into the hands of Anderson for Surrey Park, another inside 50. A lot of numbers with Chirnside Park, but they won't win out. The spill goes to Kalopi. His kick is a rush one, so it's now a disputed ball. Only 55 out. Woodfull runs onto it. He was tackled to the ground, and now Chirnside, they might get out of the congestion. Clevant sweeping hand pass onto the run is McGee, but he's got 3 chasing him, and the ball doesn't sit up for him, so the numbers will win out with Duran for Surrey Park now going to half forward. Time to survey all options. His kick's a wobbler. Doesn't hit a target, but ground level for Leahy. Might bounce off. He can't get out of a tackle. And Chirnside Park nicely applied there by Bowrigger.
Yeah, he's given holding the ball there, Gav.
So it's going to be another free kick for the good tackle. And I think that was Bird again. His kick is dangerous. Underneath it, Dwyer couldn't take the mark, but luckily for him and Chirnside Park, it was an over-the-shoulder free kick. And it was, well, there's men aplenty for Surrey Park if it wasn't a free kick to Dwyer on that occasion. So Dwyer looks at options, and it's all slowed down. The movement's dropped out for Chirnside Park at the moment, so he's just going to go long. But it's a corridor kick. It's either going to be full advantage or maybe a quick turnover, but no. Held up at centre forward for Chirnside Park. So the 50-50s is what they're clinging on to at the moment, Chirnside.
Yeah, but even then they're getting overwhelmed. In fact, they're getting overwhelmed all over the ground, Chirnside.
So Surrey Park again win a contest. The numbers must be hugely in favour of Surrey Park at a contest. Nicely taken by Smith in a marking contest. He's the one that bounces straight out of the marking contest. And on the lead, he goes to Woodfull, but Burt in position. And he's probably been Chirnside's best as the sweeper.
He's been really good this season as well, Aaron Bird. We saw him earlier in the season, Ryan, and he was
best on, I think,
and he's making his mark here. Chirnside look to go through the middle of the ground. Dangerous ball. They're going to cause the turnover here. It's going to be a high free kick, so it looked like it was going to be a turnover the way of Surrey, but instead Chirnside have the chance to go further forward here through their only goal kicker of the day, Charlton Cavlant. Got someone on the lead here, and the mark is taken by Samuel King, and big chance here for King to go back, their leading goal kicker as well, and settle some nerves for Chirnside Park.
They must kick this goal. They have to kick this goal, Chirnside.
This will be a really good goal as well. Pretty tight angle, probably kicking from just outside the 45-metre arc. We'll call it out here at East Bird. Comes in, stuttery run up. Looks like it's staying left, and he got the legs, but just stuck to the left. So Chirnside, they're 1-2-8, Surrey 6-7-43, boundary side with Matthew Fodia.
Yeah, some good news for Chirnside. Wind looks to have picked up, and they obviously have it this quarter, but might have slightly changed direction and gone straight up the middle.
It was probably their best inside 50 entry. The only thing is the kick, you're taking it from a hard angle, which is it's a tough place to kick a goal from.
So Haynes goes directly down the spine, taking the mark there, Mitch Molnar. Looking for options, doesn't have too many options, so instead he goes further wide, taking the intercept. There is the Chirnside Park player. It's just going to the left and goes through for a minor score. I think that might have been Josh Clevant. Chirnside there now 1-3-9, Surrey 6-7-43, so they're slightly getting on top here now, Chirnside.
Well, the Telegraph kick was Clevant had plenty of time to run onto it. He probably could have ran into the line, but he just had a sense of he wanted the goal from the pocket. and it's a minor score as Chirnside do definitely need the next goal. Burt, he's been a great player. He comes in for the spoil, wins the ground ball from his own spoil, and now his hand pass forward. Heap of pressure as the defence standing up nicely. Tempany has got it. Haven't seen much of the Tempany boys yet for Surrey Park. Probably haven't been used for mopping up purposes much either, and it's a contested ball. Ball up, 55 out from Chirnside's goal.
I think it's also the perceived pressure then. A couple times where they've been first to the ball, but they haven't quite, been able to pick it up properly. And I think that's a bit of worry that the Surrey Park players that put the pressure on around them.
Stevens was good, and he shares it out. Badome's in back position. He can only go the slight elbow push and punch as a forward, and luckily for Chirnside Park, they get another 50-50 contest from a boundary throw-in, and really they're just playing for territory and then hoping to get some advantage. But it's with the wind, they've conceded 3 goals in this second term, have Chirnside in the first 13 minutes. Can Chirnside get the next? It's a ball under hands and feet, and Kennedy is one of those who's just lying, not deliberately, on the ball, and it'll be a ball up 30 out from Chirnside Park's goal.
3 goals in this division this year has roughly been worth about 15 minutes of football. So goals roughly been worth 5 minutes in this whole season in Div 4.
Dwyer takes it out of the ruck, was tackled to the ground, the ball falls out. It doesn't fall to any advantage for Chirnside Park, and the umpire will come in again, and it's now directly in front of goals, 30 metres out from Chirnside Park goal. They're hoping just to get the next possession. What can they make of it? Again, out of the contest, beautifully done by Kennedy. He's so good. This time he just runs through the contest area, picks it off. He didn't find a target that time, but he's great around the stoppages.
He's had a great season once more. He's been such a consistent performer for Surrey since, I think he joined the senior fold as well back in 2011, 150 games as well. Impressive feeders. But Dome got a massive tap forward there. On hands and knees is Zach Tempany. He tried to get the handball out there, did Tempany, but Chirnside are going to go further forward here. Scott Dwyer picked up the ball, went for the snap. Umpire calls play on. He dropped possession, but Surrey Park are going to rebound here. 3-on-1. One is Tom Smith with an impressive mark. He's taken a couple of really good marks today, Tom Smith. They have the chance to go further forward here. Smith goes in the direction of his coach, Kenworthy, who drops the mark. It's going to trickle out of play here from Renan Falahi, but that was a big mark from Tom Smith. If he didn't take the mark, Chirnside were on their way to potentially another chance.
He's had a good half. He's done well so far, Tom Smith. He's very influential in that first quarter.
Boundary throw in, Grant Stevens getting the tap, and they'll get the clearance here. Will Chirnside Park it. Handball over the top here to Brendan Murphy, who tries to get the handball out here. And they are out now, Chirnside Park, but getting the smother there was, I think that was Captain Zach Tempany. It's going to be a high free kick, though, going the way of Lachlan McGee.
But he stopped the momentum then. That was a smart play by Tempany.
So he goes further down the ground. It's just gone out of bounds. So it's going to be a boundary throw, and could have gone out of bounds on the full, but that's a win for Chirnside Park as well, and they have another chance to get their second goal on the board.
So the Dome led up, but it just misfired towards him as it trickled out of bounds. Again, territory for Chirnside, but what can they do out of the contest? They've had to come the tackler through Harper, and we'll go boundary side again. Matt Fody, what do you got for us?
Ethan Stone back on the ground, so clearly just a small niggle, that shoulder complaint.
Probably a stinger.
Just an update around the grounds. It is currently Montrose up by 27 to 17. Moolbach, sorry, 27 to 17 in that second term.
Well, the changing fortunes within seconds there. So Moolbach doing well against Montrose, as now it's a contested ball, and McGee puts his body on the line. Might have got a bit of high contact. He's grabbing for his chest as he did well to hold onto the ball, and he'll get a free kick.
Well done.
For maybe too high. Indiscriminate tackle against McGee, who's definitely putting himself in the contest. Dwyer, he just stands underneath it, and the problem for Dwyer, he always gets underneath the marking contest from what we've seen from him today, and it's another turnover ball as the defence hold up well for Surrey Park, and either the kicks are too long for Dwyer, he's just not reading them off the boot. And now it's just a short play by Surrey, who out of the two teams have got more composure with short kicks, and possession football is good with Riley Tempany now got it in hand. So that's 3 passes hitting the target. Tempany looking for another one. It's put pressure on Woods. Woods unfortunately, it was under too much pressure, but ground level again, it's Kalopi for Surrey Park. Underneath it's Smart. Ball comes in from Chirnside Park. Can they grab it? At first do it's McLaren. And Surrey Park just have the numbers at ground level just to mop up when they're in a small bit of trouble.
To take some positives out of the last 5 to 10 minutes of Chirnside, they have been able to stop the run of Surrey Park and keep it down their forward 50, but it's got to result in the scoreboard.
Graydon Stevens does well on the rebound out of the contest. Badome, strong hands, finally a ball in front of his eyes, and the quick kick from Stevens is marked by Badome.
If there was ever a time Chirnside Park needed a goal, it is now.
The Riley veteran Badome, who's been a great goal kicker in the Eastern Footy League for many years.
He's been a fantastic player in the Eastern football.
But I suppose in his twilight years, he needs balls in front of his hands where he can just use his strength.
Yep.
And the grasp there on the ball was fantastic. Badome from 35, he's a dead-eye dick. And this time, a much-needed goal is for Badome. 2-3-15. Chirnside closed the gap to 28 as Surrey Park 6-7-43. 18 minutes, second term of this preliminary final.
And Brush, it's good to get him involved because he's quite well held in that first quarter, and he's a big target up there. And if they can get it in his direction and one-on-one physically, should be able to win those.
Boundary side, Matthew Fodio.
Just carrying on that, I think Gav's more corrected. Dwyer and Badome have actually looked threatening, but the kicks. So Dwyer's had to sit under a few because they're just kicking it really high. If you actually, as Gav said, you put it in front of Badome, he can protect the drop zone, and he's going to be too hard to beat. The same with Dwyer. So I think it's more the delivery than actually the two forwards.
You just won't get around Badome.
So back in the middle, Buru playing in ruck now against Stevens. Stevens got the tap down. He'll get the clearance here. A high up and under. Garvin, the Surrey Park player there alongside King. Ryan Kennedy, he's been everywhere this first half. Pressured though, and Daniel Smart gets the tackle in as well. So we're going to have a ball up, leaning more towards Chirnside Park's attacking half. Ryan Long.
Just around the grounds, Baldwin have hit back just a little bit. 4-3-27, trail Doncaster East 7-6-48.
So could the comeback be on out at Central Reserve? They're going to get the clearance here. Chirnside Park, no they won't. Brilliant pressure there from Surrey Park as they look like they'll get the clearance. Tom Smith. It's held with one hand by Callum Harper, and it's going to be a ball up again in the centre of East Burwood Reserve.
I think in fairness to Chirnside, I think they really do need another couple of goals in this quarter to stay in the contest.
So Stevens got the clearance. Tempany tried to control it, but Dwyer on hands and knees has done really well there. And Charlton Cavand on his preferred foot. A great mark there. Running back with the fly, Jack McLaren. He goes further afield to Ollie Anderson, who takes a really good mark as well, sliding in. They look to advance it here, Surrey Park. Cal Garvin gets the handball back to Anderson, who gets the handball over the top to his captain, Zach Tempany. He goes further down the line. Joe Brewer, 2-on-1. Chirnside win out, but it's going out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. But they're in their attacking half once more as Surrey.
And they've done a lot better Chirnside with getting the ball out of the middle there. Centre clearance before. They've started to sort of even that up a bit, which is, something that Surrey was well and truly on top for the first quarter.
So no real winner in that ruck contest as well. Pressured there was Ollie Anderson as Chirnside looked to move it forward, but instead it's going to be Surrey Park who move it forward here. Mitch Molnar, the target here, couldn't take the mark. A good spoil there. Brendan Murphy will look to get it clear, but instead nearly kicks it into Tempany, but immediately pressured Tempany in the middle of East Burwood Reserve. We're into time on here. Surrey leading 6-7-43 to Chirnside 2-3-15.
Their last 10 minutes has been better Chirnside, but no result for effort, unfortunately. Only that one goal.
Potentially an over-the-shoulder free kick to Clavant there, and he looks a bit subdued on the ground, but there'll be a ball up just forward of centre circle for Surrey Park as they go towards the Burwood Highway end. As you can see on the screen, Joshua Clavant just feeling all the aches and pains. It's Rancy getting it out of the contest, but his kick's chopped off, and Surrey Park holding up again nicely at halfback. Kick forward to Burrell on the bounce. He gets it, goes to half forward. The kick's a bit too far, and reading it nicely was Stone, who's recovered from his potential injury troubles, and he looks to Gallant, and he's been escorted by a trainer, so goes deeper to McGee. McGee gets underneath it, so he trails the contest as Anderson tries to get to it. And Surrey Park do well through Smart. Smart's hand pass was a bit of a hot potato effort, and it's put his teammate under a heap of pressure, and coming in with the heavy tackle was Dwyer, and he wins holding the ball for Chirnside Park. So the physicality finally winning some edge here for Chirnside Park. Dwyer looking for options. Doesn't see much movement at all.
Come on, Carl. Kick a big one, son.
Big Dwyer goes long from 60. It's nearly got to the length of the full forward 50-metre arc, but the punch comes in and it's out of bounds in the left pocket for Chirnside Park. And we go Matt Fodia for more boundary side comment.
Yeah, Josh Clevant came off the field, as you said, clutching at his hip flexor, which can be quite painful. So he's hobbling a little bit, but they haven't put ice on or anything as of yet, but we'll keep an eye on it.
But Dome took it out of the ruck, and when he tried to kick right to the goals, he kicked it left out of the full. So it's a rushed left kick, and it's gone right out. And we're at Chirnside Park summing up their day forward. Chirnside 2-3-15, trailing Surrey Park 6-7-43.
Just a little bit of a shank there from Denver Dome as they go forward here to Surrey Park, rebounding from defensive 50. Immediately pressured there with the Chirnside players, but Surrey get it out. Jacob Woodfull trying to shrug off the tackle there from Ben Slattery. Gets it down the line to Ryan Kennedy, who I reckon he's put his name up for best on ground so far. Falahi dropped what he should have taken. Doing really well there was Blake Daniel. But Surrey pressuring really well here, and Chirnside equally pressuring really well. Out the back here is Callum Harper, who gets the kick away in the direction of Stevens, but instead it's intercepted by Daniel Smart, who gets it to Fox, who drops the mark. Fox looks for Nick Can on the lead. He's had a terrific game. He's looked threatening, Nick Can, and he has a chance to make up for his miss before and kick his second goal of the day.
Yeah, well, both sides were working really hard there to get possession, and it was just sheer will there, I reckon, from Surrey Park to will that ball and that contest into their forward 50.
Chance for goal number 43 on the season as well for Nick Can. Comes in, a bit of a shank. Doesn't matter, he still kicks it. So Surrey hit back after all that period of dominance from Chirnside Park. Surrey have their 7th on the board. They're 7-7-49 to 2-3-15. Very handy advantage here for the Panthers of Surrey Park.
Yeah, and even though it was maybe a rush kick towards Can, it was in front of him, so it was to his advantage and gave him every chance to lead up and take the mark there. So, yeah, it is one against the flow of play, and, you know, you would have liked to see Chirnside Park get one back at least and make the quarter, you know, an even break, but they're well and truly on top. Just an update out at Central Reserve, Ballin have kicked another one, so back to 14 points there.
Interesting contest in Premier Division, but in Division 4, it's Surrey Park leading by 34 points, and they've won this second term 4-1. But it is Slattery going forward out of the centre contest, but his hand pass forward didn't hit the target, and Surrey Park tried to get out of the congestion, but the tackle flew in, and it's going to be, I think, Rancy picking the ball up after the holding the ball decision goes his way. Rancy just puts it long and really not with much direction, just hoping for a marker. Dwyer is going to be late to the contest, and he tries to apply a tackle. It's on the 50-metre arc where it nearly intercepts the boundary line. The hand pass is a turnover, and it goes the way of Chirnside. Trying to run through was Bowringer, and the ball is going to get a free kick. I think after the hand pass forward, Bowringer gets a free kick for holding the man, so maybe the hand pass forward to no one was a smart bit of play. So it's Bowringer from 40 metres out, right? This is a hard one. It's got to be right post. It's starting to curl, and it's curling just inside, and it's going to be a mark to Surrey Park. Or has to be a goal.
No, Chirnside.
Badome. Oh, sorry, Badome. Well, that was a strong effort because all I saw was black and white. And Badome, look at him just underneath, and the late leap. That's a great grab.
I think we might have to put that one as a candidate for mark of the day.
So that is a fantastic goal by Badome. He's second for the quarter, so that closes the gap to under 5 goals. And it's now 3-3-21 Chirnside, trailing Surrey Park 7-7-49. 26 minutes second term. Let's go to Matt Fodia before special comments.
Dan Badome, great mark against 3 Surrey Park players, but Jade Bowringer clearly overestimates his depth of kick. He had the hand up, celebrating, running back to the centre, and the ball landed halfway in the goal square. So off the boot, it was going straight. He just forgot he had to make the distance. So all's well that ends well, because he would have looked right full if Surrey Park had rebounded.
Well, he will get credited with the goal assist as well. So plenty of positives there for Bowringer as it's back in the middle. Woodfull getting the tap, but it's Stevens, the opposing ruckman, getting the clearance. It's Woods against Chirnside Park player there, Parker Fox. End of this, gets the handball out. Surrey are going to go forward once more, and we'll look for the immediate response. The target here is Colopy. got it out in front of him. A good spoil there in Chirnside Park. They'll look to repel here through Aaron Burt, who got a pretty decent length on that kick as well. Get the handball out here through Surrey Park, but it's a turnover, and it's going to be a turnover and turn here through Chirnside Park. And Josh Durand goes further up the field, dropping the mark there. Just avoiding him was Paul Colopy, and it trickles out of bounds for a boundary throw. And run true centre wing at East Burwood Reserve, Ryan Long.
Couple more results from around the ground. Ball and hit back again. 7-5-47 just trailed by the 1 point. 7-6-48 Doncaster East, while Boronia still lead 54-49 in that second quarter.
So Woodfull got the tap from behind there. Looks like Chirnside might get the clearance once more. Just going to trickle out of bounds, or will it? It somehow stays in. It's still in, but now it's out of bounds for a boundary throw in here.
Seems like Doncaster East has switched off a bit.
Which is not really
or Baldwin
too much
switched on.
Well, probably Baldwin have switched on. Maybe Charlie Haley as well, and Jordan Lyle have come on as a boundary throw, and Graydon Stevens getting the tap. Great pressure there from Surrey Park, and it's going to be a ball up here. Not that long left, according to Brucey Press. So by 28 minutes here, Surrey leading 7-7-49 to 3-3-21. Ruck battle once more between Stevens and Woodfull. Stevens got the tap, looking to get the clearance here as Chirnside Park. There's the halftime siren. Not the biggest siren, but that is halftime nevertheless. Surrey Park holding a massive advantage here heading into the main break. They're 7-7-49, Chirnside 3-3-21. Graham Brasher, Ryan Long, your thoughts on that first half?
Yes, well, it was a game where Surrey Park really took control of the game early, around the clearances, especially around the centre. The way they've been able to move the ball around the ground, been able to pinpoint their targets a lot better, their ball movement into their forward 50 and kicking the ball out in front to their forwards is giving them a lot more advantage. Chirnside have just had to grind and grind and grind, and a couple of good marks by Daniel Badome has kept them still in the contest, but with a lot of work to do.
Quickly go through the goal kickers as well. Nick Can leading the way for Surrey Park with 2 singles to Ollie Anderson, James Kenworthy, Brandon Falahi, Daniel Smart and Parker Fox. Chirnside, Daniel Badome with 2 in that quarter. Charlton Covant, the other goal kicker. We're going to go to a break here out of the East Burwood Reserve. Surrey Park leading 7-7-49 to 3-3-21 at the half-time break. When we return, we'll bring you the half-time show. Well, we'll discuss once more what has been an intriguing first half with Surrey Park on top out here.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Yes. Welcome back to East Melbourne Reserve. Half-time here in the Division 4 preliminary final. The Panther off between the Panthers of Surrey Park and the Panthers of Chirnside Park, and it's Surrey holding a 28-point lead here, 7-7-49 to 3-3-21. Josh Ward here alongside Ryan Long and our boundary rider for the day and NEFNL media manager Matthew Fodia. Matt, I'm going to go to you first, down on the boundary. What do you make of the contest down there?
So initial questions, as I said, Dave Newland. So first, it's going to be pretty hard to play a proper run and gun style, given it's pretty soft under toe, and then obviously the wind and how to utilise it. Often just having the wind isn't enough, as we've seen at multiple finals. So I think Surrey Park use it better because they don't actually have a tall forward, so they don't have the temptation to just kick it long. They actually need to lower their eyes. They need to think about where they're going and create space for others, whereas Chirnside, it's easy to go, we'll just kick it long to Dipper or Dwyer, and one of them will clunk it. So I think that's probably the one area that's winning the game at the moment. Just Surrey's ball movement is both quicker and it's more efficient. Chirnside look like they're always under a little bit of pressure. There hasn't been a real chain of possession, Ryan, where they've actually connected. And then also that means their entries are just going to have to usually be rushed kicks or long bombs from a free kick or a pack mark. So I think somehow Chirnside need to loosen up the shackles. Aaron Burt's been good. Everyone said he's been one of their best players, but I don't think he's having that much impact in terms of actually what he's there for. Usually you have a loose man, either because you're up by a lot or he generates attacks. He's not really generating attacks at the moment. He's cutting off some Surrey ones, but when he gets it, he can't generate any attacks. So do they go even up around the midfield and go, we're going to back Slattery, Stevens and Coda to get us in front?
You have to, and even though Surrey Park's midfield has been on top for the majority of the game, Josh, they have to start winning the ball in the middle. And they got a bit more of that in the second term when they had that period of play where they controlled the ball, but they're not getting any sort of attack from half-back. And a lot of the times they're struggling to link up, going down the line. They've got to be winning those centre clearances. I was just looking at, a few times, I feel like I don't know if it's a confidence thing, but they get to the ball first and they're just fumbly. They're not able to pick it up, and they've got a bit more time than they probably think, and that could be due to a bit of perceived pressure from Surrey Park and what they've been able to do in that first quarter. But if they just take their time, be able to be a bit cleaner with the ball, and then you're right, their ball movement inside 50 has got to be, looking for those targets a bit better rather than just bombing and hoping that Bedome or someone can take a mark like that pack mark earlier.
Definitely, and I think that was the main message you mentioned as well from Dave Newlands at halftime as well, Matt, to lower the eyes and hit up those targets on the lead, and they really haven't done that well today.
It's a worry for them. Josh Gallant spoke to him at halftime. It's definitely hip flexor. You can tell by the way he's holding it, and I've done a hip flexor before. You can't really drive with your knees. So if the only role he can possibly play is maybe as a full forward, but even then, kicking for goal, you genuinely need your hip flexor. Yeah. So he's likely done for the day, which is he's probably been their best player this year. I know Slattery is probably the star player, but Clevant's been in the best 2 or 3 players almost every week. So he's going to be a big loss. I think they're just going to have to get more speed on the ball, and maybe you play Dwyer further up the ground to try and take some big pack marks. This ground's clearly bigger than Kimberley Reserve. That might be an area where they're struggling a little bit. But for Surrey Park, they're exiting at the front of contests a lot too. So not only do they have the extra at those contests, Ryan, there was a couple in front of me where Burrell's the extra. He doesn't necessarily impact it, but if he gets close to the ball, it all draws around. There's always one loose. And then when they do exit the front of the contest, it's the likes of Anderson and so on that can run 15 metres, which again renders the loose man useless in terms of intercept mark. All he can do is affect a contest.
And they have to start taking that risk, because the loose man back, if it's not really contributing to any sort of score, then they've got to get rid of that, because they've given up a 4-goal lead.
You're just going to have to back your defenders. Cairns causing them headaches, as is Oberu, but both of those guys, they're not really being defended by touch. Like, they're both speed-based players, so you don't need to give them 5. You need to stay on them. They're not the types like Badone where you go, well, he's not going to run away from me, so I can hang off and try to come across the front. These two, you need to be right up across them. So there's just little things Chirnside can do that maybe aren't their number one way of playing, but they're going to have to swallow their pride here and go, you know what, we need to go to plan B and C, because you need to be at least within 15 points at three-quarter time to be a red-hot sniff. If the margin stays where it is, I think Surrey Park, they're not going to go goalless in any of these quarters. So it'd be interesting to see what they do. And in terms of contributors as well, Ryan, I've got a few little ticks next to about maybe 7 or 8 Surrey Park players. I've got 4 ticks for Chirnside, and a couple of those are pretty lenient ones.
Well, I think Grattan Stevens has been all right in the ruck. But
I've got Stevens, Burt, Stone and McGee.
And is Stone still off the bench?
Stone's back on.
He's back on.
Stone's back on. And then for Surrey Park, though, like Tom Smith, as you mentioned, Ryan Kennedy's been the standout. Jack McLaren has taken a couple of really good intercept marks. Oberu had that 5-minute burst where he was the best player on the ground. Jacob Woodfull has probably, when he's been in the ruck, Stevens has been negated. When it's Stevens against Oberu, Stevens wins out. And then obviously at the other, and then Nicholas Kenner, I haven't got a tick next to him, but he's kicked 2 goals, 1 in a game where there's only been 10 goals. So he's clearly been handy.
And Josh, the best thing they can do right now, you go into half-time and go, all right, well, Surrey have the pressure now behind them that they've got to go home and win this game. They're 4 goals up. You get 1 or 2 early on in this third quarter, you put the pressure back on the Panthers, and you give yourself a big chance, because you got nothing to lose now. This is a prelim final. You're behind by 3 to 4 goals. It's game on.
Yeah, and it was a similar story last week as well.
I was about to say, Surrey, for them, there's now a couple of demons. I'm sure that'll be mentioned. It's a weird one for James Cameron. Do you mention it or do you not? Because they led by almost the exact same margin last week and only kicked 2 goals for the second half.
It is a bit of a concern, and we've seen Chirnside as well shut out Surrey Park earlier in the season as well. But it's going to be a very interesting second half. If Chirnside do get an extra goal or 2 with that win, it will really help them as well. And a couple of players that have really stood out to me as well. Ryan Kennedy in midfield, he's just been absolutely remarkable. He's been such a consistent performer over the years as well. Played 150 games at the start of the season as well against Chirnside. And I checked as well. I think he's only missed 1 game since 2019 as well. So a really impressive effort from him. And
since the start of 2019 or the end of it, because there's only been 1 season.
2019 excluding 2020 and excluding 2020. But yeah, he's done really well in midfield, and Nick Can up forward as well, and have been plenty of good contributors as well for Surrey Park. Matt, what are you expecting from the second half here?
Well, the second half, it's the first 10 minutes will tell the story. If Chirnside can't kick the first probably 2 goals of the second half, I'm going to put a line through them. But just around the grounds, we've mentioned it, so Baroni had a really good second quarter in terms of shots on goal. They had another 7 shots, Ryan, they only kicked 1 of them. So Eastfield 7-7-49, Baroni 7-13-55, Marubak 4-4-28, Montrose 3-5-23 at half-time, and Baldwin, as we mentioned on air, they've kicked 7 of the last 8 goals to trail by just 1 point despite giving up the first 6. So looks like the Tigers might have the wood on the Lions.
So we're going to go to a final break here before the second half comes. It's Surrey Park leading 7-7-49 to 33-21. When we return, we'll bring you the third quarter of action out here in the Eastland match of the round, the 4th Division preliminary final.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to East Burwood Reserve. The second half coming up out here between Surrey Park and Chirnside Park in the Division 4 preliminary final. It's the Panthers of Surrey leading 7-7, 49-3, 3-21. Josh Ward alongside Gavin Casey, Wayne Brasher, Ryan Long and Matt Fodey are down on the boundary. Brash, Ryan, what are you expecting from Chirnside Park in this second half?
Well, Chirnside need to find something in the opening 10 minutes of this third quarter. They're going to get another chance, Chirnside, I feel, because they're too good a side, right, to have made a preliminary final without making some sort of impact. However, whatever impact they make, they better be good, because if they give Surrey Park another chance, I think it could be game over.
You're right. It has to be this first 5 to 10 minutes. They have to play well, but they've got to score. That's the big thing. No point controlling the ball for 10 minutes without putting it on the scoreboard.
So just looks like we're waiting for final couple of paint. Trent's up high, holds the ball off. Second half underway here at East Burwood Reserve in the Division 4 preliminary final. And it's Woodfull and Stevens in the ruck, and Ben Slattery looking to get the clearance here. Gets the handball out here, the back here, but good smother there from Surrey. Daniel Smart working hard already early on. Looks towards Parker Fox. Falahi going to be on the end of this ball. Here's a chance here for Falahi, who's looked pretty lively up forward whenever he's got the opportunity, but it's going to be locked up inside Surrey's forward pocket. Umpire calls the ball up, so immediately Surrey getting into their attacking half. So ball up here. It's going to be Abura who takes the ruck duties in the forward 50. It's going to be the clearance here, though, for Aaron Bird, who's been impressive all day for Chirnside. But dropping what he should have taken there was Ryan. I think it was Ryan Kennedy. And it's gone out of bounds for a boundary throw. And let's cross boundary side to Matthew Fodia.
That wind's picked right up. If you look across over to the old scoreboard, you'll see the Aboriginal flag is really blowing at the moment. So Surrey Park might have probably 5 or 6 goal breeze at the moment.
That could come in handy for later on, as Chirnside will look to get the clearance here. Out here to the Division 4 best and fairest from last year, Ben Slattery, who gets the kick over the top here, but couldn't find his target in stone. And Parker Fox immediately pressures, tries to get the handball out to James Kenworthy, and it's going to be a free
25.
Kick. And it's a 25. You're right there, Brash. So Parker Fox is going to be pushed a little bit closer towards goal here, and he has a chance to add a second to his tally today.
Silly by Wells.
So Ethan Stone manning the mark around. He'll be kicking it from around 25 metres out. Parker Fox on a slight angle, comes in, judges the win to perfection, and Surrey have the first on the board in this third quarter. They lead now 8-7, 55, Chirnside 3-3, 21. The win probably paying dividends for Surrey Park, but not a start that Chirnside needed.
And you're right, Gav. It's the worst position too. You give them a chance for a set shot rather than have a chance for going inside 50. But Look, it's the worst start possible for him because it now really puts him behind the 8 ball.
That was a 40-metre goal that could have gone either way for a point made into a goal.
But credit to the kick, though. They used the wind well because it looks, quite still difficult with it moving to the left to the right.
Yep, Parker Fox. Remember that name.
Woodfield wins the tap, goes backwards where Grattan Stevens runs onto it. His ruck opponent Woodfield bounces towards the contest and they're pinballing around each other, but the ball's not moving too much and the umpire will come in again. So the rucks are almost de facto rovers after every tap. They're very good players athletically. This time Woodfield knocks it forward, but it's been sharked by McGee, who kicks it off the left. It goes sideways, and on the bounce, it's Bennett who picks it off, goes to the quick hand pass, gets it on to Burrell. Burrell goes out wide, looking to hit up a target, but it's gone too wide, and it's going to be handed to the boundary umpires. Couldn't take the mark before it went out of bounds at half forward. So Woodfield late to the contest. And he leaves his opponent Hall underneath it, and it's going to be a boundary throw in again as Woodfield come in late on the smaller opponent. Now Grattan Stevens will meet him at the next contest, and he says, thanks Hall, nice effort, and I'll have a go at this one. Stevens got front position, Woodfield goes for the wrestle. Stevens stands up, goes for the secondary tap, does tap it down to Slattery. So Slattery, well, he could have run as far as he's kicked it because it's gone 30 up and 10 forward, but thankfully it's a mark to McGee, his teammate, who was almost standing next to him when he took the mark. And the long kick to Dwyer at half forward in good position. He goes one-handed, but the free kick against Durand, who wrapped his arms around Dwyer, and Dwyer probably wasn't going to take the mark with only one arm up, so it's fortuitous to get the free kick on the wing. Again, he's really struggling for options. The movement's not great. A short's on to Stevens, who's out wide. And again, stop-start footy for Chirnside, but it's not often they've had kick, mark, possession football. Another short to Johns. So the fact that they're defending this strong win means they wouldn't mind time off the clock as long kick goes to Johns. A bit of wrestle off the... And Dwyer takes a mark and he's ripped by the head down to the ground. It was a very indiscriminate by Durand, and Murphy was like, surely that's against the rules to...
Well, he's saying, where's my 25?
Well, I sort of agree with him because Dwyer, it was a clear mark.
There was a bit of mayo on that, gents. Like, he got him high, but there was a whole lot of mayo out of it.
Even if there's mayo on it, it's still a sandwich.
It's a good point, Gab, but I like mine with mayo.
Come on, Carl.
So it's now Carl, for those who are listening or watching, is Dwyer, the blonde hair, and the black and the yellow is a resemblance of a West Coast jumper, so that's why Carl is getting a mention by Brash. So Dwyer to Badome. He's third in line because he's the slowest to the marking contest, but he's at ground level picking the ball up off the ground, and he's underneath it, and the ball's not moving. Let's go to Matt Fodia, the ground level.
So Brendan Murphy's gone forward, so there's 3 tools down there for Chirnside now, and just a quick word to those Surrey defenders that had to sit in front of Daniel Badome there. Not the greatest place in the world to be. Stevens
wins a tap forward, but ground level Durand does well to pick it off. His hand pass was indiscriminate, but Kennedy walks out of those pack of players, and a good short pass to Woodfull. Woodfull looking at options inboard. He was sort of had a kick that might have been smothered. He went there, so he just goes down the line. Drop ball, not good for Chirnside. So Falahi picks himself up with the ball, goes long down the line to Oburu. He gets beaten in the contest this time. Ground level ball, it's up for debate. And there you could hear the whole crowd as the bump on the Surrey player running onto the ball was ferocious. Now it's Can in hand, 40 out, right pocket, beautifully pulling it back, maybe too far. So he had a bit of flair there. He kicked it high, but it went with the wind and missed to the left, so a minor score to Surrey Park. But if we get on the video of that bump, that was NRL style, that one. As a shoulder charge, maybe not. But it's Surrey Park 8-8-56, leading Chirnside 3-3-21 early in the third term.
Just out at Tormore, it is Murulbach leading 34-23.
So a handy advantage there for the Mustangs as Chirnside looking
29 apologies, so goes.
Chirnside looking to rebound here. That wind does look like it's holding it up whenever it's going towards the Burwood Road end of the ground. Big fly there from Smith as Renan Falahi attempts to go from goal. He got the distance, just not the accuracy, and it's through for a minor score. 9th minor score for Surrey Park there, 8-9, 57 to 3-3-21, a 6-goal advantage to them. Chirnside will once more look to rebound out here, this time through Blake Daniel, one of many ex-Moorbark players playing for Chirnside Park today.
Looks like the Sylvan boys around the goal square there, enjoying themselves.
So Daniel goes long towards Bowringer, who took a really good mark. In a 2-on-1, one of those was Tom Smith, and the other, it looked like it was Mitch Molnar. Gets himself up off the ground, the smother there. Ollie Anderson gets the ball out here to Falahi. Smart the handball over the top here to Anderson. A chain of handballs here from the Panthers. They get it to Mitch Molnar, who goes for home. Just a 1-on-1, and it's going to be a push. Yeah. It's going to go the way of Nick Can, and he has a chance to kick his 3rd goal of the match.
And they've been worried about him. That's the 2nd time I think they've given a free kick away to him. So, look, he's the dangerous forward up there for the moment.
You couldn't make it any more clear, could you?
No.
That is the way with these younger players nowadays, Brash. They try to make it. But
he didn't even have to exaggerate it.
So he comes in, top of the goal square, and he slotted it. So Nick Can has 3, his 44th goal of the season as well. And Surrey extend their advantage. They're 9-9, 63 to 3-3, 21.
Wells again with silly behaviour, putting the ball on the ground, conceding a 25, a push against the forward, probably who wasn't going to take the mark in the goal square when he had his teammate there for him. Wells, not good defending.
And just another around the grounds, Doncaster East have got out to a lead again, 10-8, 68 to 7-5, 47 balling.
Good. It's a good response there by Doncaster East.
I wonder if there is a bit of a wind playing out there at Central Reserve amongst the other grounds as well.
So again, we're at centre of Eastfield Reserve. Surrey Park 9-9-63, leading and getting it through Anderson out of the centre. Murphy got underneath it for Chirnside as a defender. Hand pass as Surrey try to get an overlap run, but Chirnside do good to get it out of defence with a rush kick. Mark claimed, but not given to Tempany. But Tempany's good enough to walk out of a tackle, kicks it long in the direction of Kenworthy. Kenworthy in the pocket, leads the race to the ball, picks it up, and he walks through a tackle beautifully. Backsteps his way out, hand passes to the running Can. That's gone straight up in the air. Smith might run onto it, but it beats him to the ground before he can get there. Picking it up, is that Kenworthy on a quick kick, and it's such a quick kick that it's gone through the middle, and only the goal umpires noticed, because everyone was just watching the ball in dispute, and picking it up was Kenworthy, and he quickly put it on the left under a heap of pressure, and it went through the middle for Kenworthy's 2nd of the day.
Yeah, that's goal of the day there, gentlemen.
That's a brilliant finish there for James Kempworthy. He made up for that Tom Smith kick before. We've seen a couple of shanks today, first from Badome, now from Tom Smith. But luckily it ended to a goal for Surrey. They're 10-9-69. Chirnside 3-3-21, pulling away now.
Floodgates about to open.
Yeah, the moment of truth has arrived for Chirnside.
So Aburu against Grant Stevens and Ruck. Aburu got the tap down, trying to find Tom Smith, but it's Chirnside Park who get the clearance here. Going forward here and finding Samuel Downey, but Surrey's pressure has been brilliant all day, and they continue to pile on the pressure. Big chance here to continue to move it forward through Kennedy, who evades a tackler.
Played well.
What a brilliant game he's had. Goes to inside 50 somehow. Kenworthy's out the back here with, not too sure, I think that's Shane Hall, who intercepts and manages to rebound and gets it out to Daniel. It's a dangerous ball, fights the pressure of Paul Colopy, and it's gone out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. So another big chance for Surrey to reset and potentially get another goal on the board.
And pressure being right up, Rush, in this 3rd quarter from the Surrey perspective.
They have not taken their foot off the button here at Surrey Park.
It's a boundary throw-in, Stevens against the Buru. Stevens tried to take it out of ruck, got the clearance, but it's a kicking in danger. It's going to go the way of Paul Colopy, who's looked pretty lively today. Goes on the lead to Nick Can, who nearly took a great mark, but again, it's a push. So the second push in the back, free kick in a row for Nick Can, that will end up in a set shot. Again, they're getting really worried about the young man.
He's imploded. They're imploding here, Chirnside, at the moment.
But Cam will be important, you know, not to speak about next week, but he's that sort of target up forward that, you know, if you're he's not tall, but he's,
you know what he's
clearly
like?
They're worried about him.
He's very will-o'-the-wisp.
I wonder how many people got that reference, Brash, as Nick Can comes in. Bit of an angle, just drifting to the left and going through for a minor score. So that's Nick Can's third behind of the game as well. He's got the 3 goals. Surrey moved to 10-10, 70 to 3-3, 21, close to a 50-point margin, Ryan Long.
Just out at Tormore, it is scores level between Mooroolbark and Montrose, 42 apiece.
So Chirnside go long to the broadcast side, trying to clear the 50, but it is a stronger win now. So the punch gets it back into a disputed area as Harper has been beset by his opponent. He's holding the ball. He didn't seem to have much options but to take on a tackler and take him to the ground. He's been penalised for holding the ball.
It's that man Can again.
Yeah. So can he get another goal?
He's doing everything is the can man.
As it's... he's going to dance his way to maybe 4 here with a kick from 40 metres out.
A song and dance with the Can man.
Well, the supporters will be on the cans if he kicks this, and we could go on forever. Trust me, as Can, he's going to stutter his way in. He gets the left forward, then he drags his right forward as he skips towards, and now he pulls a long kick. But again, he pulls his kicks a bit, does Can, and it's a minor score. So he's kicked 3-4 for the day, but Surrey Park well in advance in this contest. 10-11, 71, Chirnside 3-3, 21. Matt Fody, have you got another pun for us, mate?
If he kicked it, we could have gone the Barack Obama. Yes, we can. Nick, Dan, you speak about he's had the 7 shots today. He's had 4 of them in the opening 10 minutes of this quarter. So it's not just, I think it's not just him in general, it's just the fact that Chirnside are clearly trying to attack more often, but that's going to lead to more opportunities if Surrey Park can remain sturdy in defence.
But they're on the attack here. Slattery, they're nearly inside forward 50. Will O'Reilly's on his own, but the wind is not doing him any favours. He's got a one-on-one against Hamish Bower. Goes short, a great kick there into the hands of Jimmy Wells, who will look to go towards goal. Got a 2-on-1 in favour of Surrey. Getting the spoil there was Garvin, as Josh Duran will clear his line, go out wide here to Mitch Molnar. Another chance for Surrey to go on the attack. Molnar got the handball back to Duran, but the pressure is on here from Chirnside Park, and they'll look to lock it in here. Continue to provide the pressure, and looks likely to be a stoppage. No, but it's trickled out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. But quick ball movement there in the end from Chirnside, and they have to do that for the rest of this game pretty much.
Yeah, just got to take the game on at every opportunity. There's no reason why not to now.
Wind's picked up again, guys, if you have a look at those flags on the old scoreboard.
Yeah, so boundary throw-in, that wind, I think, helped that ball move towards centre wing. Kennedy is going to get another clearance, shrugs off Slattery, but nearly got the handball intercepted, and it's going to be on the half-forward flank here for Chirnside, so a chance here to go on the attack.
Matt, is it a 50-point wind advantage?
It depends who you ask down here, Gav. If you ask the bench to the right of me, yes. To the left, it's about 1 or 2 goals.
So Surrey will look to get the clearance here. Here's Jack Woods on debut, gets it over the top here. Nick Can is in behind, so is Renan Falahi. Just couldn't control it. It's still somehow in, but they eventually get it over to Chirnside Park. A missed chance there for Surrey Park. They're 10-12, 72.
Boundary.
33-21. Matthew Fodio, boundary side.
It's weird, though. Obviously, injuries and the scoreboard have led to this, but Chirnside had a loose man in defence when they had the wind, and now when they don't have the wind, they haven't got a sweeper.
And now the kick out hasn't gone to their team, and the bounce back is a kick around the corner, and Falahi couldn't get the ball to sit in his hands when he had an open goal, picks it off the kick out and kicks it around the corner from 40 for a great goal. Falahi gets his second for the day. Surrey Park storming away with this contest are now 11, 12, 78. 57 points up on Chirnside, 3-3, 21.
Deserved another goal. He's been dangerous up forward as well. And just on, we've got an update from Ray Baird out at Central Reserve. Doncaster East, 12-9, 81. Baldwin still 7-5, 47. So they can come back, as we saw in the second quarter, but a bit of a commanding lead.
Ray Baird, I spoke to him this morning. He was very bullish on Doncaster East this morning.
Well, he says game over.
Game over. So is there no win there? Can you ask him that? Yeah.
I'll see what he says.
And Ray has never ever gone early on anything. Or before.
So could it be game over? I hardly doubt it, given Bourne were able to come back, as it's going to be another ball up in the middle of East Burwood Reserve out here. 57-point advantage for Surrey Park, who almost look home as Stevens got the tap down, but it's going to be the clearance here for Hamish Bower. He tries to get the handball over the top to Colopy. He'll eventually get the ball and somehow get the kick away to Can. who takes another mark and has another chance for his 4th goal. He has been threatening all day to implode, and it looks like he's imploding in this 3rd quarter.
Well, he's exploding.
Yeah, exploding.
He's got an Eastland Player of the Day voucher if he can start kicking these.
So Can comes in. Reasonable set shot here, although he does have 3 goals for. Comes in. He gets this set shot though. So Can has 4, Surrey Park have 12 there, 12-12, 84 to 3-3, 21. Just piling on the goals and taking advantage of this win here, Ryan and Brash.
Yeah, unfortunately for Chirnside, it looks like it's all over for them because I just can't see, they're being overwhelmed now. Again.
And this is the sort of quarter, and obviously they've got a big wind advantage at the moment, but the sort of quarter they've been playing over the last 4 to 5 weeks, Josh, they're, been a much more attacking side, and now they're doing it with that belief and confidence behind them.
Stevens wins a tap ground level ball though, might go the way of Surrey Park with Oburu picking up the contest. So he did the rucking and now he's got a ground level ball. Quick hand pass on and Surrey Park go towards Can again. He tries to trap it in front of himself and turn on his defender, but when he turned, he ran into his defender and the umpire will go the way of Stone. So Stone did well, corralling and then tackling the electric Can. So it's now going towards Murphy, but it's a spoil ball over the line. So again, Surrey Park do well to chop off any forward for Chirnside. And it's a 63-point advantage for the Panthers from Surrey Park.
A lot of Chirnside's Park's senior experienced players have had really or little no impact on this contest this afternoon.
Compare that to Surrey's, guys like Kennedy who've had a real influence early.
There he is again.
And there is Kennedy bursting forward of the pack, drop mark. So it's not for Folari this time, but he comes in, Folari with the tackle.
That's
and
holding the ball.
He's holding the arm down, so there's no way of getting a hand pass out for Chirnside Park. So it's either holding the ball or no prior, and it's assessed as no prior.
Just down at Walker Reserve, the 3rd quarter, 18-minute mark. It's Brona leading 10-13-73 to East Burwood 9-8-62.
That's going to go down the wire, that one. That could be an extra time job, that one.
We've said that all final series, and we haven't got.
Well, our guy Matt Spider-Lee is down there, so maybe he might get that extra time match he's been waiting for at one of the matches he's at.
Folari from the pocket, he makes to the cute of angles. He's put it on the left, and that is goal of the day from a pure acuteness of the boundary side where he was. He's pulled a left kick and made it more acute, and it's gone floating towards goal, and it is a beauty. It is a rout now, but it's an exciting play for Surrey Park. Folari with his 3rd.
In the pure sense, that is a true angle of the dangle goal. That is an absolute classic. That is definitely, that's got to be classic goal of the year.
Oh, that boundary side, Matthew Fodia.
Yeah, off the goals, it looks like I'm a bit worried though about the old tempers flaring here for Chirnside Park. As you guys have alluded to, the season's pretty much done here for Chirnside Park. So let's hope a few of these blokes remember there is next year still to come and don't give away a couple of suspensions.
Back in the middle, Woodfall, brilliant tackle, but in fact it's going to be there's a bit of confusion in the middle here, and it's going to be.
Send-off coming.
Tense.
And 25. See you later.
So, Woodfall's going to get the free kick here, and 25 metres. It's really becoming a rout out here for Surrey Park, as Woodfall immediately plays on, goes to the hot man, Can. And he has a chance to kick his 5th goal. He kicked 5 last week, and he has a chance to kick another 5 goals here and make it 46 on the season. He really is incredible.
Where's the body contact?
No one there.
It's incredible that he's had so much space to lead up time and time again.
And from what I've seen as well, you cannot give him any space. And obviously from today as well, he's been given plenty of space as he comes in. Barely any angle. Is it just drifting right? No, it's going through. Nick Can has 5. Surrey Park have 14 there. 14-12, 96 to 3-3, 21. They're piling on the goals here of the Panthers of Surrey Park.
And just in the middle of the ground there, Stone had to really calm down Burt and just get him away from the play. So clearly there's a few, realizations that, that the season's done and there's nothing else to play for. But as Matt said, you've got to think about next year as well. And look, but from a Surrey perspective, Cairns, that's a big positive for them, and it's something to look forward to next week. because he'll probably need to have a sort of a similar influence if they are to get over the line against the Cats.
22 minutes of this quarter. It's been 7-5 from Surrey Park, and Durand running off the back of the square to get involved, but he can't beat the tackles, and he hand-passed forward and gets a free kick for holding the man. So it's all going the way of Surrey Park. Durand will take the free kick forward of centre circle. So how quick was he to come off his line to inject himself in the play? Long kick, Mark is at it, and another mark to Falahi, who is in the back position, and the ball just floated to him over can, and Falahi just stood there and took an uncontested mark in the end.
I don't know, how can you special comment a non-contest?
Well, that's the same approach. It's a training run, isn't it?
So Falahi's got 3 goals now, 2 in this term. His mate Can's got 3 this term, and he could join him on 3. It's a wobbler, but a wobbler that's very pretty because it's in the middle of the goals for another one. 15-12, 102. They've cracked the century of Surrey Park. Chirnside Park stalling on 3-3, 21, 23 minutes, third quarter. Let's look forward to Sylvan versus Surrey Park.
You notice every time Falahi kicks a goal, it's with muted opposition, with muted audience. Everyone else kicks a goal and everyone's in raptures. It's like it's almost expected he's going to kick it.
His coach won't be too happy with him because he had the goal of the day wrapped up before he's run on the boundary.
So back in the middle here, Woodfall got the tap, but it's going to be Slattery with the clearance here. So we're inside 50 entrance for Chirnside Park. The spoil there from Jack McLaren. Jaden Bowringer looks like he's been sprung up forward. He somehow manages to avoid the tacklers of Surrey. Aaron Burr trying to bust his way through the tackle. McLaren on hands and knees. They look to get it out here, Surrey Park, but it's stuck. It's a bit of a contest. Noah Bannett does manage to get it out, but taking a really good mark there. Jacob Rancy, one of the better marks on the day for Chirnside Park. He'll look to go inside 50. Dwyer in the goal square, 2-on-1. Nearly takes the mark. He picks up the crumbs, though. Immediately tackled, and it's a ball up for near the goal square for Chirnside Park. So a chance here to, pretty much a consolation goal.
The biggest common denominator so far this afternoon is Surrey Park's numbers around the ball. There have been multiples.
So it was a bit of a stacks on there right at the top of the goal square now for Chirnside Park. A bit of again a chance here for Chirnside to get their 4th goal of the match. Badome tried to outmuscle his opponent. It's going to be a free kick. There's a bit of fight. There's a bit of a spark here.
Well,
bit going on as well, which you don't like to see. It could be a free kick here for Chirnside Park.
Well, they have it. It's just whether they keep it.
It's going to be very interesting.
I don't think they really are too interested.
Well,
Surrey
normally the guy that's got the free
players need
kicks
to move away here because they've got a game to play next week.
Well,
if I'm a Surrey Park player, I'm running to the other end of the ground. Kick the goal, let's start again. There's no need.
Good point. There's no one at the other end, Matt. Can you organise that?
Well, if you're a Surrey Park player, why would you even either risk getting injured or getting a suspension for a game when you're up by almost 100 points? Just let them kick the goal and carry on.
They could probably go down and hop the fence and have a frothy with the Sylvan boys.
Well, why not? But that's safe. That's safer than trying to start a fight.
Exactly.
So, I'm not too sure.
Who's got the ball here?
Not too sure.
Well, the umpire has it now.
I thought
she's doing a lot of running around to get the ball back to Bird, I think.
I think it is Aaron Bird who's going to get the free kick. A bit of consultation.
Just while we're waiting, Doncaster East another goal, 13-10-88. So that's 6 goals for the quarter.
It'd have to be with a win, doesn't it, with the contest fluctuating that much, do you reckon, at Glen Waverley?
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's harder to make 6 goals up, Gavin, the last quarter than it is.
You don't
make it 7, another one.
14-10-94, so a big challenge for Bowen as Aaron Bird does kick the goal, his first, and Chirnside Park's 4th. So a bit of a consolation goal there for Chirnside Park, their 4-3-27. Surrey 15-12, 102.
He deserves that goal, I reckon, guys, because him and Stevens have been Chirnside's best too.
Yeah, I agree with that. I thought Bowringer's tried hard, but just not enough support from got nothing out of Murphy today. It's been disappointing for mine.
I know it's a disappointing day for Chirnside this afternoon, but it has been a pretty positive season. You can go back to that losing streak, and then last year, a bit of a confidence just to win a couple of games, and then they've sort of built that onto this year.
I think Dwyer's tried hard off a half-forward flank too for Chirnside.
Yeah, I agree.
They just don't have the momentum in the contest with a bit of pace.
Yep.
Whereas when you see Kennedy just running through those stoppages, it's clear difference in playing styles and ability to break the clearances, and this time a free kick goes the way through Smith. Tom Smith picks himself up. Great player for Surrey Park. His long kick goes and marked in the goal square, and again, almost untouched. Falari takes the mark 10 metres out, and he's going for his 4th for the term.
Unbelievable.
These youngsters are Surrey Park, eh?
And how does the ball always fall in? When a forward, it just shows what a forward's good at, when it falls in their hands.
He's lining up for his 4th goal after kicking 2 behinds to open the quarter.
And now he does add 4, so he's almost outscored Chirnside for the day in one term. As Falari, he's kicked his 4th for the quarter and 5 for the day. Let's look at the score as we approach three-quarter time. It's Surrey Park 16-12, 108 on their way to grand final next week. Chirnside Park 4-3-27.
And that Premier Division three-quarter time score, it's Doncaster East 14-11-95 to Ball 7-5-47, so held scoreless in that quarter.
So, Brash, I'm curious as well, how long do you reckon this quarter will go for? We've had plenty of goals, mainly to Surrey Park, but...
We've gone 28. I think we've probably got another 3 minutes at least.
So, the ball is finally back in the middle here of East Burwood Reserve as well. Score update from Tormore Reserve. Moorbark up by 6 points over the Trows, 54-48 as Tom Smith. He's going to get the clearance here, trying to find Garvin, but instead it's intercepted by Robert Johns. He goes to a one-on-one Bowringer against McLaren, and it's going to be a high free kick in the direction of Bowringer. So a chance here for Bowringer to move it forward and get it in the direction of Badome. Dropped the mark there, did George Haynes. Trying to go off the ground there was King, but he gets the tap out back here to Charlton Covan. Trying to get the ball out here as Surrey Park has plenty of players over this ball as well. It's going to be a ball up in the Chirnside Park forward pocket. Wayne Brasher.
One of the things I just liked then, Jack McLaren, knew he committed and gave the free kick away and was upset about it. That means they're still switched on here.
And that's a holding the ball free kick as well. Is getting reckless at Chirnside, particularly Callum Harper. It's pretty poor as well. They haven't really switched off. Bruce Press telling us there's 3 minutes left as Smart goes short to Garvin, who goes inboard here to his captain, Zach Tempany. He goes to the outer side here looking for George Haynes. He's going to get a shepherd here from Joel Garvin. Haynes trying to find Nick Cann on the lead. Just missed him, and Ethan Stone trying to avoid Cann, and it's going to be a boundary throw-in. So they moved the ball again quickly.
They move it quick, don't they, Josh?
Yeah, they move it really quickly, and that was smart ball movement as well. So a big chance here for Surrey Park to get what would be their 10th goal of the quarter as well. Quite remarkable to think of it as well, as the tap out there goes Chirnside Park's way, and they're going to get the clearance as well. High up and under ball, dropping the mark there was Ranchi as they try to move it forward, Chirnside, but Surrey continue to pile on the pressure, and it's at half forward here, but it's going to be a push in the back, free kick for Chirnside Park. It's going the way of Callum Harper, so chance to move forward here for Chirnside Park.
So Harper with 2 minutes to go before three-quarter time. A dangerous inboard kick with being chopped off, and Surrey Park just being outnumbered, but it's holding the ball decision going the way of Surrey Park. Falari had the advantage. He decided to pull himself up. He might have got the call from the umpire, but from 50, it would have been exciting to call his 5th. But it's a free kick to Surrey Park in the hands of Fox. Fox goes long. Flyers go at it in the pocket. Surrey Park have got the Rovers, and it's in the hands of Cann. He's nil the bounce of the ball. He couldn't pull it from the right pocket to another goal.
It was nearly time for another Gav Casey moment at the finals.
So the excitement with Cann and Falari is too much for us at the moment, and that's what we're holding on to.
Let's go boundary side to Matthew Fodia.
So Nick Cann and Renan Falahi this quarter have kicked 7 goals, 6 between them.
It's gone long out here. Josh Duran at the back gets the handball over the top here. That was to Nick Cann, who tries to find Daniel Smart. Instead, he finds Tom Smith. It's just drifting to the left, and it's going to go out of bounds on the fulls. Looked like hitting the post there. Paul Colopy got just over a minute left here. A minute left. It's Surrey Park 16-13, 109 to 4-3-27. Chirnside looking to rebound once more from defensive 50. It's been the tail pretty much all day in this third quarter. They get the crumbs here after a decent contest. Daniel Smart with the tackle there. He somehow manages to get the ball out. He goes to the top of the square. Cann nearly took the mark. On hands and knees is Kenworthy. Valahi off the ground, what a goal! He's just trying to top himself, Renan Valahi. That's 5 for the quarter. And Surrey have kicked 10 in this quarter alone. 17-13, 115, 4-3-27. If only... That is such a phenomenal goal, and that's 6 on the day for Renan Valahi. What a remarkable performance.
Well, put it this way, between Valahi and Can, they've, like Matt said, they've already kicked Chirnside score with a little bit more.
They've kicked triple at Brash. They've kicked 11 goals, 7 between them today.
Extraordinary.
Back in the middle of Eastbourne Reserve, has Chirnside got anything in them? It's a bit of fight because they'll have the wind at their back in the last quarter and they will try for some respectability on the scoreboard. But it's all Surrey Park moving forward to next week's grand final.
I will say this, gentlemen, even though Surrey Park have given free kicks around the contest, they've had multitude of numbers around the contest and given themselves every opportunity to get 50-50s out of that all day.
And they're just with their movement, they're either sprinting for the ball or applying tackles. So they're very credible grand finalists, Surrey Park, for next week. Sylvan's had a bird's eye view of this quarter, sitting behind the goals at Highbury Road End, and they've seen all of Valahi's and all of Can's goals this week, and they've gone, something to think about.
It's hard to get a read on him, though, for this quarter, because Sylvan aren't going to give that sort of, they won't give up that amount of forward 50 entries.
So boundary throw in here. Tap there to Chirnside Park. Callum Harper getting the clearance. Ollie Anderson is going to get the intercept, though, tries to find. Handball over the top to Josh Garvin, and they're going to go inside 50, Surrey Park. A potential late chance here. Tom Smith get the handball away, but holding the ball. It's just the umpires. The siren sounds after a 34-minute quarter, which saw Surrey Park kicked 10 goals, 6 to Chirnside, just the 1 goal. And they've blown this game out to a massive 88-point advantage, 17-13, 115 to 4-3, 27. The goal kickers, Nick Can has 5, Renan Valahi has 5, Parker Fox has 2. James Kenworthy has 2. Daniel Smart and Ollie Anderson, the other goal kickers for Surrey Park. For Chirnside Park, Dan Bedome still has the 2. Charlton Gavant and Aaron Bird, the individual goal kickers as well. We're going to go to a break here on the Eastland match of the day. When we return, we'll bring you the 4th quarter of action out here in the Division 4 preliminary final, where Surrey Park lead 115 to 27.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers, How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Eastland Reserve. It's a Division 4 preliminary final, and well, we just witnessed a quite phenomenal third quarter, premiership quarter from the Panthers of Surrey Park. 10 goals, 6 to just 1 goal to rush out to an 88-point advantage, 17-13, 115 to 4-3-27. Ryan Long, Wayne Brasher, you can't say much else about that quarter.
The training drill, it really was in the end. The amount of times they just went forward and, they knew what they were doing. Just quickly, Josh, around the grounds before we jump back in this game, Doncaster East looked to be home 108-47 in that last quarter, so a 61-point lead. They'll play South Croydon next week. Millbrook now with a 20-point lead, 68-48, while Baronia are 4 points over East Burwood, 74-70.
Go Boundary Side with Matthew Fodia.
Yeah, don't have James Kenworthy. He's put himself on the ground. Interesting decision. I'm with Matt Garvin. Matt, let's just start with the goal kickers, mate. My first question was how to get a good spread, but in the end you didn't have a spread. But Falahi and Can, they must be exciting to watch.
Oh, yeah, they've been really good this year. They really stepped up to the plate. They've been awesome down there.
What are you looking to nail in this last quarter? Obviously, it looks like the results are pretty sewn up. What are the things that you're looking to nail ahead of next week with Sylvan?
Just take the momentum in from this game. So really want to finish up strong. Put together a 4-quarter effort, really head into next week really strong. So want the boys to just really lock down deep. They're going to have the win, so if we can keep them scoreless this quarter, it would be massive.
And finally, there were a couple of players at 3 at a time, Molnar and Anderson, getting a little bit of treatment. Is anyone on ice?
No one on ice. Everyone will be feeling pretty good for next week, I reckon.
So, thanks, mate.
And that's a positive for Surrey. They'll need to go in fully fit against the benchmark of Division 4. Final couple of patrons dispersing from East Burwood Reserve here before the fourth quarter. The fourth quarter is now underway. Gavin Casey to get us underway.
What a fantastic third quarter for Surrey Park. Can Chirnside Park win back some respectability on the scoreboard with the wind at their back towards the Highbury Road end? No clearance won by either side in the first ball up, so the umpire will go again. So let's recap the score here in the Plymouth Final Division 4. Surrey Park 17-13, 115, leading Chirnside Park 4-3-27. As Surrey Park get it inside 50 again. That man, Falah, he just runs onto the ball. Now he runs around 2 opponents. It's only the bounce of the ball that can stop him, and it bounces over his left shoulder, and he's pretty shattered with himself. Probably thought maybe I'll just kick it around the corner for 50 this instead of trying to run past everyone.
But he didn't give up on the contest. He still got a stoppage for his side in their forward 50.
So it's just sometimes in the contest, Chirnside are just slow to react and spectating a bit, and it's making the Surrey Park forwards look electric. Now at ground level, picked off nicely by King, who's had to run to defence, get a kick, and so too is Wells getting involved. But his hand pass didn't really get much of a fist on it, so it's now been held up at half forward, and Surrey Park are enjoying their footy at the moment.
But important 30 minutes just for the club, Chirnside Park, to have a bit of a fight back. They're obviously not going to win this game, but just to be able to, don't let this be your last quarter of the year with a poor performance.
Rucks go at it. Secondary ruckman. Tackle flies in by Russell, and he's grabbed his Surrey Park opponent in smart down to the ground. So 55 metres out from Burwood Highway end, where Surrey Park look to get another score on the board. Surrey Park led by 16 points with the wind at quarter time. Extended their lead to 28 at halftime, but the 10-6 to 1 straight has extended out to an 88-point lead. But Chirnside did well. Short kick goes to Harper. Harper to half forward. Underneath it, nice mark by Dwyer, who's kept trying. And the big half forward takes the mark, but he's at least 2 kicks away from goal. Gets onto his left, runs towards goal, long kick, but Dome going the push and shove. It's at ground level, but Dome picks it up, and he's so smart around the goal area that the marking contest that he rode, when it fell in his hands, he just put it on the left from 40, and it's a goal. Great consolation, and every time Dome gets it, he's got the skill to finish.
That's because he's got the smarts of a EFNL footballer that's been in the system for many years.
His third goal for the day, he's probably only had 4 kicks.
He's made the most of his opportunities, hasn't he?
He's hardly had any opportunity, and he's done extremely well with the limited supply that's been presented to him all afternoon.
Well, he certainly didn't have a chance that third term, did he?
No.
Nope.
I think it's goal number 41 on the season too for Dan Bedone. Since, I think coming out of retirement as well, he's been a real force for Chirnside Park up forward, back in the middle. Buru against Grant Stevens. Buru got the tab, trying to find Daniel Smart, who's on hands and knees now. Great pressure from Chirnside Park. It's a ball up.
I guess the question will be at the end of the year, does Daniel feel he's got another season left in him?
Will be very interesting as Stevens uses his strength against the Buru, but Buru is going to get the clearance here, trying to find Colopy and Molnar. Molnar and Colopy do really well to lock it in that half-forward flank. They're now inside their 45, and another chance for Surrey to get a goal, Ryan.
Moorbark leads 69-55 to Montrose, while scores are level out at Walker Park between Boronia and Eastfield.
Two really enthralling matches out there. Walker Park and Tormore Reserve as it's out the back here. I think that's Mitch Molnar, and kicks the goal. So Surrey had another. They kicked their 18th goal of the match there. First of the quarter there, 18-13, 121 to 5-3-33. An immediate response there from Mitch Molnar.
Yeah, well, they just want to, like I said, they want, for Surrey Park, they want to run this game right out and just send a little
Sylvan a message?
Yeah, just a little message next week that you're going to have to work hard for your flag if you want it.
Well, it's up for grabs. That's on this performance. You can't see Sylvan dominate. Sylvan dominated Chirnside twice this year, but this is equally as good a performance against a credible opponent, Surrey Park. With the wind advantage going to one end, for them to pile on scores at both ends is a fantastic effort. And Kennedy just mops up getting kicks. He smothered a kick forward, but his kick was an up and under, so it's trying to get at his Clavant for Chirnside Park. There's now 6 or 7 on each side wrestling for the ball. Gets out to Slattery. He hand passes backwards and kick forward by Wells. No mark taken for Chirnside Park. Durant there again. He's been a good sweeper and he's worked well with Tempany has shared it off, and might be a turnover ball. Is running onto it is Slattery on the outer wing. Short pass hits up target. Nicely done. And that looks like it's in the hands of Harper. Long kick to the goal line. Dwyer's disappointed that it went too long and over the line for a minor score for Chirnside Park. They are 5-35, or it's the scoreboard already changed on me. It's Chirnside 5-4-34, trailing Surrey Park 18-13, 121, 5 minutes last term.
So rebounding from defensive 50 here, Jack McLaren. That's a good mark there from McLaren. Got a couple of options. Looks to go towards Parker Fox. He's got plenty of space here. James Kenworthy, his coach, going on the lead. He ignores him, goes even further towards Falahi and Falahi didn't fly. Molnar on hands and knees, and it's going to be a ball up. Again, quick ball movement from defence to attack from Surrey.
You're right, and just some of those players in that lead up, Fox and McLaren, they both had really strong games, and they were going to be, once again, going to be important next week.
So Stevens gets the tap down, but it was in the direction of Kenworthy, who avoided him. Slattery on hands and knees. A ball up here for inside Surrey's attacking 45. Another chance here to get a score, Brian Long.
Yeah, back out at Tormore, Billy Schilling just got carded, so that is a bit of trouble for Montrose, who trailed by 14 points in this third term or final term.
I think it might be the final term, as it's going to be a ball up here.
Oh, it could be third. Our game started early, didn't it?
Yes.
In comparison to
Final
others.
term.
Final term.
That's a massive blow for Montrose. Schilling has been brilliant all year since moving up forward to Buru. Just got a big tap forward. Running on to the end of this here is Jimmy Wells. Gets the handball out here to Out to Daniel, but it's going to fall in Surrey Park's favour. Molnar gets the handball, trying to find Falahi, who's on 6, but Kemo immediately the pressure. Kolopi, handball out to Jara Aburu, who might have gotten a little shrug. No, Kolopi, it's scrappy, but it's a goal!
You're joking, that shouldn't be allowed. Honestly, that should not be allowed. That piece of play should never have been a goal kicked in.
Oh, that just sums up Chirnside Park's day, essentially. That is
just unbelievable.
Lucky, and that's Paul Kolopi's first goal of the game. 19 goals now for Surrey. They're 19, 13, 127, 5, 4, 34, 7.5 minutes played in this final quarter.
That's the best special comments ever. Shouldn't happen. That's true. It shouldn't happen, should it?
Wayne Brusher is the doyen of special comments, Ryan.
Understatements.
Out at Walker Park, East Burwood have hit the front 83 to 77.
Wow.
Ooh. And it's 7 points too.
6.
6?
Yep.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Overtime.
Yeah. Well, I think the other thing is too, look, when we're talking, I mean, this is second playing third in a preliminary final and the result was blown out. You're not expecting this.
Free kick to Stevens out of the ruck contest, 25. The ball's going out to the back. No goal for Chirnside Park because it went out the back, but picking himself up is Johns after his scrubbing effort. Misses when he had the goal at his mercy. Another minor score for Chirnside. They're 5-5-35. Look on forlornly as Surrey Park are 19-13, 127 in this fourth term of the preliminary final.
But you're also right, Brush. I mean, you got to remember Chirnside Park won 2 of the 3 contests, and then the third one was a really close game. So it is a bit of an outlier, when you consider the matches that they played against each other this season.
Tell you what, this guy's been brilliant today. He's done absolutely everything right, Ryan Kennedy.
And Molnar has been shared the ball too, and at half-back is now looking at his options, and there's so many to go to loose men that the short pass to Bennett under no pressure to dive and fall into a mark at half-back. Well, I think the umpires even have resigned to the fact the game will end soon.
Full time out at Tormore. The dream run has ended for the Troes. They have lost by 15 points, 70 Mooroolbark to Montrose 55.
That's unfortunate that we won't be hearing any more of the Troes from our guy Tonsils Tennant this year, as it's a boundary throw in. Tap there to Grant Stevens, forward here to, I think that was Samuel King, who might be playing a bit further up, as a bit of push and shrug, and Stevens is not happy. Thought he might have gotten a holding the man free kick call there. He's up against Molnar in ruck. It's going to be a free kick to Molnar. So
you can almost telegraph that.
He's going to get the handball over here to Jack Woods, who goes short to Parker Fox. Brilliant pressure there, and it's a holding free kick as well, going in the direction of Fox, and a chance here for Surrey to go inside 50, kick their 20th goal of the match, and got a couple of targets, couple of leads as well. Fox just goes through the square. Kolopi on his own nearly took the mark. Aburu on the ground there, nearly picked it up, but it's going to be rebounded here from Ethan Stone, who gets the handball over the top here to Samuel King, who's their leading goal kicker, Chirnside Park, but he's playing all the way down back. But the ball's going to be intercepted here by Surrey's captain, Zach Tempany, who goes short looking for Renan Falahi. Bit of a push there, could have been 25, but umpire calls play on. Out wide here, going in the direction of Danyan Smart. Smart got a couple of options. One of them's Aburu, nearly took the mark. Getting the handball out here is the Chirnside Park defender, and they look to rebound here, but Surrey continue to pile on the pressure, and they're going to get another chance to go inside 50 here, this time through Josh Duran. Got the short option on Parker Fox, and I have a feeling he's going to strap back and go for this set shot, is Parker Fox.
He's had a big afternoon.
Yes, Parker.
He's kicked the 2 goals today. I think he was the only goal kicker outside of Falahi and Can in that monstrous third quarter. He comes in, going to kick from outside the 45-metre arc. Aburu trying to go for the mark. Smart on the ground, gets the goal. And Danyan Smart has a second on the day. Surrey Park have a 20th. They now lead by 98 points, 20-13.
No, I think they're claiming a touched.
Didn't look touched, in my opinion.
No, it didn't look touched for me, but
I don't think.
I think the Chirnside have done a good job if they get this overturned.
It is a touch.
The talk to the umpire out of it, I think. That's how I see it.
Just trying to add some respectability for Chirnside Park. So Surrey moved to 19-14, 128 to 35 to play just under 12 minutes here in this final quarter.
That's the best thing Chirnside Park defenders done today.
Probably right, Gav. Central Reserve, Doncaster 17-13, 115, 8-5, 53 Baldwin. So they'll play South Croydon next week.
The kick out's a bit of a wobbler, so Surrey Park are going to keep it in the area. Durant came off his knee, but he'll get the hand pass receive as he runs inside 50. Kennedy, he falcons himself by missing the handball receive. Chasing down the ball was Dwyer going into defence, so Chirnside Park under a heap of pressure, and Johns knows about it with two tackling him to the ground, and it's going to be a 40-metre ball up from goals.
But they've been doing that all afternoon, Surrey Park. They've just bullied Chirnside Park into submission here.
So the Rucks go at it, a big leap, punch over the top. Defender kicks it out from defence, but it's nicely marked again by the person in front, this being Bennett for Surrey Park. So Bennett looks at options, stands, kicks it long. There's a man with a running leap, and Kenworthy can't take the mark, but he really didn't have anything but the ball in sight and the defender underneath him, but he couldn't grasp it in. So it'll be a ball up 30 metres from goals. And just this... The real estate around the Surrey Park forwards is luxurious. Now the kick out from Chirnside, they're just hoping to clear their area. Running after it is Wells, and he didn't even see the boundary. It's picked up by Smith. Smith kicks it around the corner. Goal square 1 versus 2. Chirnside got the numbers, and Stone clears. He's been strong. Give him credit for a good game, I reckon, under fire. But it's been a turnover ball. The long dumping kick didn't hit the target. Again, Chirnside under a heap of pressure. Slattery's one there. Big Wells. He was going to grasp the ball, but Kenworthy belled him. And then got help from Kennedy. He just puts the kick to the hot spot, 40 metres out. Falari ground level, dancing, dodging, now steadies, 40 out. Now, what a letdown. Misses to the left for a minor score. But it's exciting when he's around the ball.
That was a hospital handball there by Ben Slattery. I don't know what he was thinking there.
And there's a Chirnside Park player down, Jaden Bowringer. Jeez, the casualties just keep piling on for the Panthers of Chirnside. And we're going to get a stoppage in play here, but again, it's not just that ball movement and that movement from the centre circle as well today, guys. It's just been, that they've been able to lock it in, particularly in this final quarter of Surrey Park.
That took courage there by Bowringer, because the game technically is over, yet he was still prepared to put his body on the line to create a spoil. You got to doff your hat to people.
He's had a really good year too.
Yeah,
he has.
I mean, I think that's probably the biggest shame for, Chirnside, because really probably today doesn't really accurately reflect how well they've gone this year.
You're right. Just an update out at Walker Park, apologies. A couple behind Sabronia have cut the margin back to 4 points. Eastfield 83, Dabronia 79 last term.
Do we know how long left or how many minutes played?
I'm on it. I'll try and find out for you.
Well, we know he's going to be on it because he's got a vested interest. That's right.
And he's got his sources down there at the Hawks.
All right, there you go. 15 minutes gone in that final term.
So there's still a massive chance of the Hawks. It could potentially be decided by a goal down there as well. A really, really enthralling clash between Eastfield and Baronia's. Stoppage in place continues. Both sets of trainers are out there as well.
Well, Josh,
Stretcher's heading out.
Brash,
heading out.
What about the chances next week? We can look forward because the game has been terrific by Surrey Park. Let's give them a bit of time because they've had a great season and they've been a credible opposition to Sylvan, and they've actually beaten them.
Twice. They're a big chance. And Josh, we talked about it last week. They were in front at halftime, and we're looking like maybe 3 in a row against Sylvan. So they've got a good record against the Cats. I don't know how they match up. I think they're the one side that can probably, you talk about Sylvan, you talk about their strengths, it's probably in their forward line. So if they can sort of win that midfield battle, which they have done before in a couple of their wins, they're a really big chance. And guys like Kennedy, I think Kennedy's someone who could win a medal on best on ground come grand final day. He's been, especially in that first half, setting the win up. He's just fantastic.
He's just such a smooth mover.
Put it this way, for Sylvan, probably Surrey Park put the fear of God in them for 2.5 quarters, and basically Sylvan were basically for the first time, really had to find an answer right to this side. I reckon they turned the corner last week with that victory, Sylvan. So I think they're going to be a lot more mentally prepared for Surrey Park coming this next Sunday. It won't be a blowout by any stretch of the imagination, but I think that Sylvan will probably still get the points, but it'll be a good game.
Hawks back in front, Bramstead goal. And then behind straight away to East Burwood, so 1 point lead to the Hawks.
Bramstead against his former club there too, right?
There you
He's
go.
going to love that. As a positive sign, Bowringer, he didn't need the stretcher in the end. He looks
like ribs there.
Good sportsmanship by Kenworthy, clapping him off from an opposition
you're right.
leader to at least show that sportsmanship under the heat of battle is fantastic as well.
Ryan?
Scores level.
Oh, could we have extra time? Trent Russell going long here, outside 50. Decent spoil there from behind from Mitch Molnar. Chirnside just looking to get it clear and get it forward, but pressured there by Tom Smith. And Noah Bennett could be another casualty as well. Looking gingerly getting up off the ground there is Ethan Stone. It's going to be a ball up. Getting the tap down there was Downey, and Slattery on hands and knees as he has been for most of this last quarter. He's shown plenty of promise, but it's not been his day, Ben Slattery, and Chirnside's day.
When Baronia wins, sometimes it's like watching 4th and inches, isn't it, with them? Because they just don't win by big margins in finals. It's a point.
So Surrey just continued to push it forward. Smart got the handball out, but it was all Chirnside Park and Shane Hall looking to go in board. Two Surrey players converge on it and drop the mark there. Woodson, Tempany, Chirnside get the ball clear. Downey all on his own. Handball there from Surrey Park, and they'll go forward once more, but it's Ethan Stone with the intercept.
A lot of courage, though. I know they were the same teammates, but just to be able to fly back of the ball.
Plenty of courage. Ethan Stone goes long. 2-on-1 in favour of Chirnside Park here, but the one of Surrey Park wins here. Bennett gets the handball to Falahi, who tries to tap it forward, but was intervened by his teammate Molnar. They continue to push forward. Garvin was there, and stacks on in true centre wing of East Burwood Reserve. It's another ball off. We've played just under 19 minutes here. Surrey Park leading by 96 points.
We'll probably lose a bit of time. I'd say this is going to go at least 30 minutes now because of the stoppage.
So it's a ground level ball where there's scrap for the ball. Slattery applies the tackle for Chirnside Park and holds it up as Smart will hand it back to the umpire on the wing. Broadcast side here at East Burwood Reserve. Preliminary final going one way. Surrey Park have done a number on Chirnside Park, and they've booked an appointment with Sylvan in the grand final next week. Back of the contest, Callum Garvin hand pass sweepingly into the middle, but he put his teammate under a heap of pressure, and it's going to be a holding the ball decision going the way of Clevant. Charlton Clevant, who kicked the first goal for Chirnside Park, kicks it long to Badome. Badome's underneath it, but he grabs it in. He's too big, too strong. When the ball's in front of him, no one's getting around him to spoil.
Just don't get around him.
He's a brick wall, and you need rope and other utensils to get around him once he's got the spot. As now it's Badome kicking for his 4th goal from limited opportunities. It's going to be a very good effort for the day. Badome, champion goal kicker, he's hooked it, and that's a blemish. His first blemish of the day. He's kicked 3 goals, 1. Badome's miss means Chirnside a 5-6-36, Surrey Park 19-15, 129, time on 4th quarter.
Still to answer that question before about Badome, whether he would go on again, I think you'd say you'd have to. Yeah, I mean,
manage him part-time.
Yeah, well, I mean, when the ball's been delivered properly to him, he's been really good to be able to take those marks, and he's still having quite the influence, and I don't think he's keeping anyone out of the side.
So...
No, he's keeping people in the side.
East Burwood in front. 5 point.
Oh, you seem nervous, Ryan, as well. You seem very, very nervous.
The emotion waver there is a bit East Burwood.
I was actually wondering, Josh, whether you're going to go to the Thursday night grand final tee at Surrey Park.
I might possibly do that, as it's gone forward here for Surrey Park. It was on centre wing just before. Now it's inside 50. Parker Fox, one-on-one, does brilliantly. Dishes the ball to Kennedy, who kicks the goal. That's his first of the day. It is thoroughly deserved for the vice-captain of Surrey Park. And now they lead by 99 points, 2015, 135 to 5-6, 36 on the Benny Bank scoreboard. We're into time on here, Ryan Long.
For me, I think he's been best on. Just because you talk about that first half when the game was there to be won, he was the one that had plenty of the ball, found plenty of space, and used it well. And that's one thing, he's been able to set up quite a few goals and finally able to kick one himself, which he well and truly deserves.
He was running through. He was running through the brick walls and the splits and that were presented, and he did not waver one bit. And that's just a reward for effort for Ryan Kennedy this afternoon.
Whistle, and it'll go the way of...
What is it, the say?
They have a lot of confabs, the umpires, today. And there's a lot of pointing, but it's...
I think it'll be a Surrey Park free kick because the umpire's saying that the wing he ran in for he had no one next to him, which indicates Chirnside.
So why is the free kick being taken to centre forward?
In the EFNL, we don't have the warning, so you just immediately get a free kick, which is also a 25 with the 666 infringement.
So Aburu from the ruck moves forward to centre forward. His kick doesn't reach the target, but Surrey Park in the pocket, hooked back into the corridor, running towards it and marking as Wells. So the defender did well there. And he's, just a slight hammy twink when he picked himself up, and the kick resembles someone who's got a sore leg, and it's a turnover ball nicely marked by McLaren. So the F1 will look ahead for the long kick in. Can is loping towards it. Not his to take. Burrell's there. He's been spoiled in the kicking contest. Molnar couldn't get his kick towards goal, but bounces back up of it now. Has a shot at goal that goes into the direction of, and it's missed the right, and it's out of bounds for a boundary throw in. So it's if we can get one piece more of excitement, and I know there's more scores to read out around the EFNL finals.
Final score at Doncaster East ball, and Doncaster East 68-point winners, 128 to 60. A massive victory there for the Lions out there. Surrey look to go further forward. McLaren gets the handball out towards. He goes very backwards in the direction here of Ryan Kennedy. Gets a short kick forward to Joe Aburu.
Here we go.
No, Bryony pushed forward, but it went up to Robertson and it was spoiled and went out of bounds, so no score. So still Eastland by a point.
So Chirnside, meanwhile here, Chirnside move forward. 2-on-1 here, McLaren and Bennett against King, and it's going to be a ball up, half forward.
Time check there, Ryan?
27 minutes gone, but Luke Hannon went off with a blood rule, so expect 30-minute quarter.
So another ball up here. Aburu and Stevens has been for most of this final quarter. Stevens got the tab, trying to burst through. Was Bird laid the tackle on Woods, and it's going to be another ball up here. So trickling further forward, Chirnside Park here. Bruce Press telling us there's 5 minutes left. Surrey 135 to Chirnside Park 36. They get the fist forward through Chirnside through Surrey, but Chirnside are going to repel here through. I think that's Slattery, but immediately pressured, and Surrey, Locker McGee in return. The pressure.
Siren after the siren kick, Lakey. He hasn't kicked it yet, but he's having a set shot from 50 out.
50.
This would be a great finish as well as Surrey Park.
It's the grandstand finish we've all been waiting for this afternoon.
Could we get extra time if he misses?
Meanwhile, we get the intercept mark here. It's a free kick going the way of James Kenworthy, as well as Ryan Long is sweating in here as well. Kenworthy goes far and wide out here to Parker Fox, who's just dropped the mark, goes inside 50. All on his own was Nick.
Won by the sounds of the crowd around here.
Oh. Wow.
Oh dear, that's not promising for you, Ryan. As Surrey through McLaren, he gets the left foot kick away, trying to find Kenworthy. Bird nearly took the mark. Kennedy on the ground once more, pressured really well by Chirnside Park, and it's going to be a holding the ball free kick going the way of Chirnside Park.
All over.
Kick didn't make the distance. Eastfield by a point.
What a game. Eastbourne would deserve to probably win a final this year on their season's performance, so good on them. As now the turnover ball from Johns. Fox was in there, so was Burrell. He's high and up and under, set up Kenworthy for a late spoiled and been knocked over, but he still stood up and took the mark. And the frustrations of Chirnside Park is exemplified by some of the protestation.
Tell you what, you don't want to be Hamish Burrell. You could be very lucky to be playing in that side next week if you put your captain coach in hospital with that pass.
Well, the great thing is Kenworthy knew it was coming, still put his arms up, took the mark and took the contact.
Yep.
So Kenworthy, who's kicked 2, had probably goal of the day for about 30 seconds. And
I think it was about 15, Gav.
Says he looks to put his third on the board and celebrate one of the famous Surrey Park victories. Any victory that brings her into a grand final needs to be celebrated. And he sticks the hand up to say goal number 3. We are on our way to meet Sylvan next week in the Division 4 grand final. It is another goal to Kenworthy, another goal to Surrey Park. They are 21-15, 141, over 100-point lead, 5-6, 36 Chirnside Park. What a margin, 105.
Well, it certainly will give them a lot of confidence, the way that they've just, although it's been, pretty much a training drill since half-time, just the way they've moved the ball, and they've got plenty of options up forward and quite a lot. So with 3 minutes to go, it's a celebration time for
their second half has been as good a football as we've seen from any side in the finals so far. 9 individual goal kickers on the day as well for Surrey.
It will be a contest next week, 100%.
So Stevens got the tap down, clearance here to Robert Johns, who just thumps it forward here. Nearly taking the mark there, but it's going to be intercepted here by Durand. And Surrey Park rebound. Kenworthy, who just kicked the goal, is up the ground now and taking the mark ahead of Scott Dwyer, who has put in a really good shift today. He goes over the top here to Anderson. Was he infringed? No, says the umpire by Johns, and immediately pressured there was Johns. Manages to get the handball. That was Murphy, in fact, and he get the handball out to Johns. And some special comments there from Bruce Press as it's gone for a boundary, a throw up here in front of the Chirnside Park bench. Buru and Stevens. Buru got the tap. Kennedy nearly got the clearance, but smothered there by Ben Slattery. Goes out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. So there's 2 minutes left. Potentially a chance for another goal for either side, but might not be too much action after this as Stevens got the tap. Falahi was at the back, but it's going to be Bird who gets the clearance and gets the ball forward. Bennett riding with the back of the, getting the mark, reading the flight of the ball brilliantly, and they look to go forward here. Surrey Park through James Kenworthy.
Josh, first grand final, I think, since 1999 for the Panthers.
It's their first finals win as well in the AFNL, so it's a historic day for the Panthers of Surrey Park as they continue to push forward. They went the switch here. Tom Smith down the line. He hasn't had to do too much today, but whenever he's had the ball, it's been he's looked really threatening, and it's gone out of bounds on the full here.
He did very well in the first half when the heat was in the kitchen, Tom Smith.
Yeah.
I thought he stood up.
Inboard here to Hamish Burrell.
It's Hell's Kitchen for Chirnside Park.
They go the short kick to McLaren, who's got tons of space. Bit of a shank of a kick there to Aburu, but it still works. Aburu goes the short one to Parker Fox. He still managed to get a hand of it. Handball there from Woods out to Falahi, but he just missed the ball. And Chirnside, well, they're trying to rebound, but Parker Fox manages to get the handball out to Aburu. They're just queuing up here at Surrey Park, and inboard to Jack Woods, who was on senior debut and has a chance to kick his first ever senior goal on senior debut as well. Just continuing to pile on the goals, Surrey Park. This would be their 5th of the quarter, 22.
Oburu's been dangerous this afternoon.
He's been dangerous for pretty much most of the season as well. Brilliant season, playing as a secondary ruckman or up forward as well, as Woods comes in, 35 metres out, barely any angle, and he slotted it. So on senior debut, Jack Woods gets a goal, gets his first senior goal, and they all get around him. What a moment for
great,
Woods. And it's 22 goals now for Surrey, 22-15, 147 to 5-6, 36. What a moment for the young man.
Yeah, incredible. And then on a prelim final stage, it's really good to see. And look, what's the selection table going to be like, Josh? Do they have many changes, or is this the sort of side they're going to be settled
full
in?
Club in the finals, Ryan, as well. Reserves won today, so full club.
Yeah, it's massive. I think this is pretty much full strength for the seniors as well. So
unless an injury, you won't change the lineup.
And probably won't change the lineup.
I wouldn't be changing the lineup.
You rarely change it after a 120-point win.
Yeah,
rarely, but happens. Zao Murphy's trying to pick up the ball on the wing. He's tried hard all day, and he gets a push in the back free kick for the Chirnside Park veteran.
You would have had to have played an astounding reserve grade preliminary final to get in this side for grand final, I'll tell you.
Woods probably deserved his game, but it's to get your first game in a final. It's rare. It's rare. It's very rare effort to for the selection committee to back a youngster like that. Chirnside Park win a turnover, so it's McGee's trying his hardest to get the ball forward. He goes backwards and maybe two backwards, and there's the siren. The misery has ended for Chirnside Park, but it is a great day from the Panthers at Surrey Park. Surrey Park finished the day 22-15, 147, have won the preliminary final by 111 points. Chirnside Park 5-6-36. Next week's Division 4 Grand Final will be Sylvan and Surrey Park.
Yeah, that's big. It's going to be an interesting game next week. Obviously, Surrey Park's form has been pretty good against Sylvan this year, and if they bring some of this, especially the second half, they were just completely dominant going forward. They've got plenty of options up there. Their midfield is really strong. I think that's where they may be able to get the Cats, but it's just fantastic for the club, Josh, and you know them well. It's a big achievement to be grand final day and a chance to their first premiership in the EFL.
Yeah, and they're coming off their first ever finals win as well in the EFNL, and yeah, I think their first final wins in 23 years as we go boundary side. Matt Follier is down there with Renan Falahi.
Well, I had two options in the forward half, and the only one I could get to was Renan Falahi. Renan, 5 goals in one quarter. You missed a couple in that quarter too, mate. This game today, obviously a big margin, but this is the best 4 quarters of footy you guys have played?
Yeah, just about. Yeah, we played well. We, executed the plan, and on to next week.
What about next week? Sylvan, you've had an interesting sort of couple of games against those guys. What do you think today proves to them?
We've beaten them twice before, so, it'll be a good game, so come watch.
Absolutely, mate. I'll let you go, mate. You're not a man of few words.
Thank you to Matthew Fodier down there. We'll go through the goal kickers as well. 10 individual goal kickers in the end for Surrey Park. Nick Can and Renan Falahi with 5 each. James Kenworthy finished up with 3. All three coming in the second, third and final quarter as well. Singles. Parker Fox kicked 2 as well, and singles as well to Daniel Smart, Ryan Kennedy, Paul Colopy, Oliver Anderson, Jack Woods on debut, and Mitchell Molnar for Chirnside Park. Dan Badime, he had a terrific game, 3 goals and just the one behind the other goal kickers, Aaron Burt in the third quarter and Charlton Clavan. But yeah, the Panthers just keep marching on, and they're going to be, I reckon they'll be very confident against Sylvan, and coming off the back of a seriously impressive win here.
Yeah, you're right. And before we, just to touch on Chirnside Park before we get back to Surrey, it's still, today's it's a rough day, it's a rough result, but you've got to, what they've got to do now in the off season is forget about this day and think about the wider, the year in general, because they've had a positive year. To make a prelim is hard in any division, and it's something that they need to probably more focus on rather than the way they've gone out today.
You got to remember, Ryan, that Chirnside Park have come from a very dark recent past, not winning many games. So to win more games than they lose, to make a preliminary final after winning a final is big for Chirnside Park, but it's not their day. Let's get the song with the winners from Surrey Park. They're still getting the players into the rooms, but you can hear the supporters. This is as rowdy as we've heard a Surrey Park supporter base for a long time.
Trust me, they can get rowdy, the Surrey fans.
Here we go.
Come on, Josh. Let's get into it, son.
There's the Surrey Park song, sung loud and proudly by the Panthers of Surrey Park. They've got a date with Sylvan next week in the Division 4 Grand Final to see who'll be crowned premiers of Division 4 and to see who'll go up to Division 3 next season, 147 to 36 point winners as well. And they deserve to sing that song very loudly. I wish I could have sung along as well. I did sing along as well a little bit, but
in mind,
it's a great victory as well. Let's talk about quickly just some of the other results that happened out at other grounds as well. So we'll go to Premier Division first up. Doncaster East, big winners over Bourne, as we said earlier. 18-16, 128 to Baldwin 9-6-60. This is a massive. This is a very big shock given. You know, we considered Baldwin. We all tipped Baldwin, I think, and they should have. It's a big margin out there for the Lions.
It's a shock brush to see him win in the first place, but by that sort of margin, 68 points, I'm assuming Baldwin sort of, put the towel on the rack at three-quarter time once they were, 40 to 50 points down. But on the last, recent form, the last month, there was nothing to suggest this sort of result from the Lions.
No, and I think that's a thing that's, that it's probably confounded a lot of the tipsters out there, because on paper, Baldwin side looks as good as any side that we've had in the competition. But Gav, they were beaten.
Yeah,
they've been beaten on their day, and
Donny East have set themselves up for 2 years of recruiting to win a final in the Premier Division. They've finally done it after 2 premiership victories in the second division. Now they've won a final in the Premier Division. They feel like they belong, and I think next week they will be favourites against South Croydon.
Yeah, I think plus the experience on the ground too, Gav.
Definitely showed on the day as well. We'll keep an eye out on the goal kickers. I'm sure players like Shalakis and Sam Rowe played a bit of a role. Maybe some of their midfielders, such as James Appleby, Josh DeLuca, and of course Chris Phelan as well. It's a seriously impressive win. In Division 1, the first semi-final, Moorbach booking a date with Mitcham in the preliminary final, 70 to 55 winners. Unfortunately, the dream run for the Tros has come to an end, Ryan.
Oh, it has, and they were impressive. I think that was 7 wins in a row before coming in today. But I think, as we said in the pre-game, we maybe fell out of love with Moorbach too quick. They won 14 goals. 14 goals. They won 14 games in a row at one stage of the season. They are a really, really good side. I really love Noonan back in there. I know he's been out, in and out a bit. Mackie as well. At full strength, they're going to challenge East Ringwood. If they do beat Mitcham next week, which is another hurdle now they have to jump after losing to them. But Brash, I still think there's genuine. I still think they've got to be the number 1 contender at East Ringwood.
Well, they are, and I think what they've actually done, Moorbach, is probably the game and the win that they needed to have. They needed to really have to dig deep. Sometimes you got to dig from within to find something, and Moorbach had to do that today. That'll set them in good stead again next week, Josh.
It definitely will, and in the second division as well, Ryan. Well, it was a kick after the siren, but Eastbourne won by 1 point. Do you have a score from out there at Walker Park?
I believe it is 86 to 85. So the shot after the siren, it was well behind the 50-metre line. So it was a pretty tough kick for Jared Lake there.
We're going to go across down to Matthew Fodia.
Yeah, g'day guys. With interim senior coach of Surrey Park, James Kenworthy. Jim, how important was this second half, obviously, to win the game, but given last week you were in a similar position and let it slip?
Yeah, it was a real focus for us. Obviously, we know what happened last week, 11 goals to 3, I think, in the second half. So it was really crucial that we jumped them early. I think we did that, and our forward line was really creative today, so it was good to see.
What areas let you down last week that you, given how strong you were today, that you nailed this week?
I think it was just our midfield effort. Last week we sort of let Sylvan get on top, and they're really strong midfield, so they searched it really well. So I think we won it at the source, first and foremost.
Most of this 22 are pretty youthful, Obviously, Can and Filet led their charge today, but Parker Fox, McLaren and Smith around the ground. How do you think they'll go, one, against an experienced Sylvan side, but also heading into grand final week?
I absolutely back them in. They're youthful, they're quick, they're nimble, they're really lively, so 100% back into the hills.
And then for your point of view, you've played in a few big finals with Blackburn, both in reserves and in the ones. Do you think you'll be able to... You'll probably be the only one in that side that's played in a successful final before today, so hopefully your experience will come to the fore.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll back each other in. Like, we've beaten Sylvan throughout the year, so we go in with full confidence that we can get the job done.
And then final one, mate, you don't have to answer this honestly, but full club in the grand final, you must be the best interim coach in recent history. Surely you'll be adding full or proper senior coach to that one.
No comment just yet. We'll see. As I said before, we'll see how the season pans out, we'll go from there.
Thanks, Jim. Well done today, mate. Good luck next week.
Thank you to Matthew Fodia down there with James Kenworthy. And, just on back to Boronia Eastbourne as well. I was thinking Boronia could somehow manage to hold on, but Eastbourne, they managed to hold their nerve and win gritty as well. And they've got a second match as well with Ringwood to say he'll face South Belgrave in the grand final.
I just want to say sometimes form can be formed, but it's great that clubs that have a great season win a final. Like,
Yeah.
I know Barone, it hurts you, Ryan, but at least East Burwood have had a strong season.
East Burwood have been great all year, and I thought their big worry was that No Mariani was in there because he's such a bull inside the middle of the ground, so he's really important for their structure. And Martini, I was getting updates, was off the ground for quite a bit of that game. At one stage, it said it was a hamstring. I don't think so. I don't think there was any ice on there, so I'm assuming he's okay. But look, they've been really good, and they had question marks coming into this division because an unfinished season last year, we didn't know what to expect from them. I think they've surpassed everyone's expectations to get this far.
Yeah. And they've won a final in second division too as well.
So it's big ticks to Stuart Wine, and would have been a cracking game. It must have, from the sounds of it.
And the same point goes to Moorbark because they fell out of form with maybe a couple of injuries. And we all know that sickness could catch a side out for a couple of weeks. But they've come back and won a final just when people were willing to say, well, they're off.
Yeah, and well, that's the thing. Moorbark and East Burwood both coming off losses last week have responded well with wins this week.
We'll go down boundary side. Matt Fodier is with Ryan Kennedy.
I've tried to keep it experienced. I spoke to Renan Falley after the siren, and if he's anything to go by, the young guys can't really string many words together. I've got Ryan Kennedy here. Ryan, most of the side that you're playing with today know two things. They know the pandemic and they know winning games for Surrey Park. For someone like yourself, what does it mean today getting a finals win after those years where it was pretty barren?
Yeah, it means everything, and you have a look around how many Surrey numbers are here, and some of the boys getting stuck into me now. But yeah, it means everything, and we got one more to go.
As a midfield group, and we spoke to James, and obviously that's going to be key. The forward line of Sylvan, the forward line of Surrey are both firing at the moment, so the midfield's going to be the key. As a midfield group, what are the areas you think are of highest priority for you guys to beat Sylvan?
Yeah, they're definitely very strong in the contest, and they got a hold of us in the last half last week, so we'll just be looking to be tough and try and win as many clearances as we can.
Nick Can and Renan Falley get the plaudits. So forwards always do in a 111-point win. But I thought the back six, especially McLaren, Durand and Haynes, were really impressive. How much confidence will they take out of today's game, keeping a Chirnside side to 11 shots ahead of a big clash with Kimpton and Fickarilli?
Yeah, heaps. But we back our back line in every week. They're our strongest part. So we've obviously versed Sylvan, I think, 4 times now, so everyone knows each other's game, and yeah, we'll back our backline in to get the job done.
And then finally, mate, just on James Kenworthy, obviously second half of the year he's taken over as interim coach. What's he done that sort of changed you guys up before? That you struggled to score, there wasn't much synergy, it looked like a very stodgy side, and since then, 100 points is almost the bare minimum. Today was free-flowing, it was exciting. What has he changed?
He just tells us to back ourselves in, and we try and play a pretty attacking brand, and he's just got the group really united, and we love playing for him.
All right, enjoy the club's first finals win in the Eastfield Netball League, but good luck for next week, and enjoy the evening.
Thank you to Matthew Fodier down there on the boundary. Can I just say as well, he mentioned as well that not a lot of the younger players would like to chat as well. I do know one player who would like to have a chat, and that is Jack McLaren. I just have to put this out there as well. An old friend of mine did play
Fantastic
in a premiership. He did play in a premiership as well in my junior career with him as well. I'm sure he's gonna, if he listens to this back on replay, I'm sure he's going to enjoy listening to that reference as well. But yeah, the younger players of Surrey Park, they've been terrific all year long, and well, yeah, they shone today, particularly Renan Falahi and Nick Cam. But let's have a look at some of the finals coming up this week. Next weekend in Premier Division, we've got the second semi-final, I believe, between Roval and Noble Park. That'll be out at Bayswater Oval. That is going to be massive out there. And the first semi-final, I'm going to get these confused as well.
I never get confused.
So it's going to be South Croydon and Doncaster East playing each other. It's a massive match as well. South Croydon, they definitely will need to take it up a notch based on the performance from Doncaster East as well. First division as well, the preliminary final between the Mustangs and the Tigers, obviously down at Tormore Reserve. The preliminary final in Division 2 between Ringwood and East Burwood, both sides meeting each other once more in finals. The Division 3 and Division 4 grand finals are set. So in Division 3, of course, we talked about this in pre-game, Waverley Blues and Domvale at Jubilee Park, and we've got Surrey Park Sylvan and Surrey Park in the Division 4 grand final. I believe the Division 3 grand finals on a Saturday at Jubilee, and the Division 4 is on a Sunday out here at Eastfield Reserve. So I'm going to quickly go to you guys. Brash, to you first. Which final out of those finals stands out to you the most?
The Waverley Blues. I think the Waverley Blues Donvale contest is the game next weekend. Taking into consideration the Premier Division games, but I think the grand finals are significant, and I think we're going to get a ripping contest between Waverley Blues and Donvale. That's the game I'm looking forward to next weekend.
I've got my eyes set on that Roeville Noble Park after what happened earlier in the season when we were out there. Fantastic contest. I think both sides are in just incredible form. It's hard seeing that not being the grand final matchup in the end, but now with balling out, I just back the way those both sides. You're going to have to switch it up. You're going to have to back in yours.
How disappointing!
I'm very disappointed.
But I think that'll be the Saturday, and then the Sunday, the Doncaster East. Fascinating now because I pretty much wrote the lines off, and South Croydon, although they did get the job done on Saturday, they weren't overly convincing. So that's a hard one to pick.
Gavin?
Grand finals are always the pinnacle for any football season, so you've got to go with the Saturday Division 3. Waverley Blues set themselves up for a premiership tilt, but they've got fair opposition in Donvale. This game that we've just watched has set up an opponent for Sylvan for Division 4, and obviously whoever qualifies for the grand final will set themselves up as an advantage in the Premier Division.
And Matt, do you have a match to watch next week?
I think it's going to be Sylvan Surrey Park. Grand finals obviously supersede every other final, so it leaves me two options. And given Waverley have won by 70 and 60 over Donvale, I can't move past the game where the two sides have been split 2-2. You know, at halftime last week, it looked like Surrey Park were on their way straight through to a grand final. And then today's performance is really mature given the fact that they'd never won a final before in this competition. So I know obviously they've been around for a long time and it's been a long time between drinks. But yeah, I think that sets up what should be a really exciting game too, because we've just seen two fellas have 17 shots a goal between them. What was it, 5-5 for Can and 6-3 for Fallahy. So that's 19 shots a goal between two blokes, you know. And then we think about the fact that you got Kimpton, Ficcarelli, Rattray, Lowe for Sylvan. So
do we get a shootout then next week?
Well, look, you would suggest we get a shootout. The only problem is that I think both sides will be so conscious of the other team's forwards that they'll be willing to shut them down. But I think that one out of the two grand finals next week's the one where I'm sort of 50-50 on the tip. The other one I'm confident Waverley get the job done. Josh, hate to sort of push the boat out here, mate, but we better get some awards done.
Yeah, we should. Let's go with the goal of the day. There were a couple of options for Surrey. I think that Renan Falahi left foot snap though in the third quarter. Yeah. It's pretty hard to go past.
Yeah, you got to give it to Renan.
Brash looks exhausted.
Come on, Brash. We've still got about 9 minutes. 9 or 8 minutes.
Valahi had about 4 of them.
Kick 5 that quarter.
You've got to give him one of them.
And we will make sure it's him that we give the award to, not just some random Surrey Park player, a la Blake Tennant last week. Yeah, go with it. No, it's pretty obvious. The 4 workers is going to be hard, Josh.
Yeah.
Gents. It's going to be a hard one to get the 4 workers because I'm not going into the Chirnside rooms. I'll give you that. We're going to have to pick someone from Surrey Park. I'm Jack McLaren. I don't think he's going to win the Player of the Day, but he was really impressive. Took a lot of intercept marks. Clearly someone that's important to the way Surrey Park play and will be very important next week, either playing in a lockdown role or trying to stop the influence of that Sylvan forward line. So I don't know if anyone else has got any opinions.
I was thinking Kennedy, but McLaren,
I think Kennedy's going to feature.
There we go. He's going to get an award. I wonder how excited he's going to be.
And he's going to chew your ear off as well.
Oh, dear God. That would be
Jack McLaren, the 4 workers. Josh, start your 3-2-1 for the Player of the Day.
Oh, there were plenty of great players today. I think my 3 votes, he worked hard all day long. Ryan Kennedy, he was phenomenal in midfield. Got a reward for effort as well with that goal late on, and he's just such a workhorse and been such a terrific servant for Surrey all these years. He gets my 3 votes. 2 votes, it's hard to go past Renan Falahi and Nick Can, so I'm going to give 2 votes to Falahi and 1 vote to Nick Can. Just that remarkable third quarter where, they kicked 8 goals between them, and I think they both get my 2 and 1 votes.
Gav?
I'm going to, obviously, those 3 seem clear. Falari 1, Kennedy 2, and Can best on ground for me.
Brash?
Kennedy 3, Falahi 2, Can 1.
Just to switch it up, I put Fox in for 1, Falahay 2, and then Kennedy 3. I thought he was phenomenal in that first half.
Yeah, I've got Kennedy 3, Falahi 2, and McLaren 1. I think sometimes he had good moments, but I think Falahi had more forward pressure. Definitely adds a bit more up the ground, and I think McLaren's performance was, like I said in those couple of interviews, that sometimes they can be understated in 110-point losses. It's easy to look at the goals piling on at the other end. So I thought Jack McLaren was very, very impressive. I didn't know he was a close personal friend of yours, Josh, or else I would have bumped him out of those three. But
maybe you should have. You should have gone in for a post game.
I thought he was quite
now.
good. We're due a good final, though, aren't we, Brash?
Yeah, we are.
We've had a great run this year picking some games, haven't we? We picked some rippers throughout the year. Obviously, Roval Noble picked itself, but there was a couple others that went right down the line. So far in the finals, we've had a 10-goal loss, a 100-point loss, a 30-point loss, and how did we go last Sunday? I can't quite recall.
I think it was 50
that was another 60-point loss. So we're due a good grand final, Brash.
We are, but look, I guess sometimes we all come with expectations in finals that they're all going to be close. But for some sides, sometimes we don't know. They might be at the end of their leather or rope.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we thought that would happen to Mooroolbark today. Obviously, they've willed themselves over the line, and as you alluded to, Ryan, I think they are the genuine threat. To Eastland. Mitcham are obviously a good side, but don't think they can threaten them. But yeah, you're correct, Brash. There are probably a lot of teams that limped into finals. Chirnside Park, I think, were one of them, and obviously didn't have the depth. And you could argue that really both Eastburn and Baronia limped in. They just happened to face each other, so one of them had to progress.
In all honesty, if Surrey Park had a one last week, and we're sitting here watching Silver playing Chirnside to Park.
We wouldn't have picked that one.
Would we have been seeing the same result?
I think probably uglier given the ruthlessness of the Sylvan forward line.
Yeah.
I think Surrey Park had a great spread, but they're still not like. Can's good, but Lee Kimpton doesn't miss 5 shots.
No.
Justin Ficcarelli doesn't miss 4.
They kicked 15 goals in that third quarter.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe that's the difference, and maybe that's the difference. That's why Sylvan were thumping Chirnside and Surrey haven't been, because they're just a bit more ruthless in front of goal.
Oh, well, at least next week, Matt, you don't have to pick the games. The games pick themselves.
Exactly. I can rest assured I don't have to make any more decisions. Decisions are made for me. Gav, you're looking pensive. We haven't talked enough about your Waverley Blues, have we? They've stormed in a la Sylvan. Donvale, we watched them last week, and then obviously they did kick 10 goals to 1 in the first 40 minutes of yesterday's game. So there's a little bit of a wobble there for the Blues.
Donvale have got the game style that can challenge. I think Waverley Blues' skills need to hold up, but I just don't doubt them, actually.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think the one lock I had coming into this finals was that Waverley Blues would win the premiership, Ryan.
Yeah, I can't see Donvale winning that game, but I think it'll be a lot closer. The 2 games that they played in this, earlier this season have been absolute blowouts. I think that their form at the moment, Donvale, has been as good as it's been all year. So they're coming into it being able to kick a few more goals up forward. Duncan with the 6 last week. Haig's been a lot more dominant. Murphy as well. So they do have their own options. I just think if it is a shootout, I just can't see Waverley losing. That's the only thing.
Absolutely. And then as we work our way up the divisions before Josh closes out the show, Brash to Ringwood and East Burwood will re-meet. Ringwood did pretty well yesterday. East Burwood obviously winning by a point, but Baronia had more scoring shots. So can you give East Burwood a chance?
They're a chance, but I just think once again it's the back line for me. Ringwood's back line has been solid, and I think they'll be able to once again do enough to create enough opportunities for their forwards to win the game.
Mooroolbark Mitcham is interesting. I think if Mooroolbark can get their full team out on the park, though, I think they will win. And then Premier Division, as you alluded to, that 2 ripping games. South Croydon were a little bit worried about Doncaster East heading into the final series.
So in the season, what's their head-to-head?
So I think they played once, and Doncaster East won at Doncaster East.
Yeah, easily as well.
Yeah. Or is it 1-1? I think it's 1-0. I don't know if they played a second time. I'm not entirely sure, but I think South Croydon were a little bit worried about Donny East, and I think that's why they were glad to get the 3rd v 6th and hopefully avoid them. I think they thought Baldwin, having played them twice, having played them more, they had a general read on them. Maybe not Donny East, so it'll be interesting. But South Croydon's form has been pretty impressive, and they've got some great players too. So that both the Premier Division finals next week, Gav, mouth-watering.
The best 4 sides are still in it. And that's sort of what you want. You like an upset every now and again.
As a man who nailed Baldwin as the flag winner in round one, it's I've been clinging on for a while. But
well, I think I've got proven that Donny East are better than Baldwin this year.
Well, the performance today, and maybe Baldwin's heads weren't in the right place. Obviously, what happened back a month or so ago must have affected a couple of those players.
Yeah.
But Josh, you're getting told you're going to have to wrap this up, mate. You've got a minute to sign off from a very joyous Surrey Park victory.
A very joyous day indeed. Matthew Fodia down there on the boundary did a magnificent job, mate. Ryan Long and Wayne Brasher in special comments, a good job. As always, Gavin Casey as well, a pleasure to call this game alongside you. It was great to see a bit of a Surrey Park onslaught here, and they will move on to the Division 4 Grand Final, where they have a date with Sylvan. As we've alluded to before, it's been a very even contest between the Panthers and the Cats. Will it be a similar story here as well? The match of the rounds next week, of course, the two Division 3 and Division 4 Grand Finals. But thank you for tuning in to the Eastland match of the day, which saw Surrey Park 111-point winners over Chirnside Park.